Are we now live? We're not live.
Yeah, we're live.
Here we are.
We are here. I don't know if anyone's watching yet. There's a sad little zero in the corner.
I don't think it really matters. There we
go.
go.
We got Cameron Keys.
Hi.
Hi, Cameron Keys.
Hey, we're together.
We are in Coury's place.
Yeah, we're at my house.
We're shooting some episodes. Well, not full episodes. But we're shooting like parts of several episodes.
Yep.
Sort of getting a little business done.
Yeah. A bunch of Patreon stuff.
Yeah, we're getting a bunch of Patreon videos done. Those have been fun to shoot so far.
And doing some game shopping.
We are doing game shopping, but it's inevitable when these meetings happen. Unfortunately.
I don't think it's... I want to say something. We had a chance to take, with the help of my friend Joey, we went to a whole bunch of places tonight, and try a little tour of various game places we go to. Every other week, we usually kind of make an outing on Friday nights.
Yeah, and, a big part of that, over the month since you were visiting my place several months ago,
right.
In the interim, you've picked up several games from these game stores where you get some pretty crazy deals.
Right.
You've picked these up, so these were not grabbed tonight, but these are games that I am taking home.
Yes.
That Coury grabbed for me, paid him back. This is the Japanese version of Klonoa.
And that is thanks to...
Jimmy Hoppa.
Yeah, who sent it to me.
You didn't even know he was sending it.
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
It was like very, very cheap.
He was just like, I'm throwing this in.
Yeah, and I thought about it once I had it. I said, Troy doesn't have this. I wonder if he'd be interested in having it.
And it cost him like $3.
Yeah, it was like three or five or something like that.
And it's a game that doesn't even matter that it's in Japanese.
Right.
Pretty
much.
So that's good to have. But the rest of this pile is stuff you've grabbed. He's also this. Coury has my Shadow Complex remastered because I was in a work meeting when this went live on Limited Run Games.
Right.
And they
had a limit of 2 for that, so I just...
So you went ahead and grabbed mine because I've done the same thing for you on a few occasions.
Right.
Where I've ordered your limited run copy because you were on the road or whatever.
Right.
So that and Klonoa kind of exist outside the game halls. Now these are games that you've picked up in recent weeks for me.
Yeah.
Phantasy Star 2. It's marked for $29.99, but you got it for less.
Yes. Yeah. I won't say how much.
Yeah.
But it's amazing condition. I feel like we're doing one of those pickup videos.
Yeah.
See, it's interesting. I've never played it. Next. I've never played it. I never will.
No, I mean, I think, especially for me, like, I only get games that I am very seriously intending to play start to finish.
Right.
I don't get them just for collections.
Whether or not it happens, like, right away.
Yeah, or whether it happens before you die.
Yeah. But you've done it before.
I've got to 0 unfinished games at one point.
Yeah.
Bioshock 1 and 2, I've played through these. The reason I got the Xbox 360 version, like I told Coury a few weeks ago, I was interested in the Xbox 360 versions of Bioshock 1 and 2. I've got the PS3 version of 2. I didn't have an Xbox 360 at the time. And I played 1 and Infinite is downloads on Steam. So I didn't have a physical copy of them, and I really wanted to. And this dual pack has all the DLC, games on separate discs, and then 2 separate discs for the DLCs, which is really cool. But I decided I wanted the 360 versions instead of the new remastered versions, because I was reading a lot of stuff that made apparently the sound is worse in the remastered versions. And, like, it looked like they changed just too much of the general atmosphere and stylings of the games.
You said the things that, like, it's wet.
Yeah, like the wetness is dialed back, which kind of ruins part of the atmosphere. A lot of the textures look like they were changed too much. Some of the geometry was changed. Not that those are necessarily bad things, but it really started to feel like it was inching just a bit too far away from the original vision of the games. Mm-hmm. So these are not unfinished for me. I've played them both. I think Bioshock 2 is very good. I actually kind of liked it more than the first one, which is in my popular opinion.
I have this. I have that collection. I haven't opened it.
Well, you should. Bioshock 2 is a good game. You know, I've not played the Minerva's Den DLC, but some people say that is like the best segment of Bioshock gameplay.
Yeah.
Like, period. Another thing you grabbed recently was this dual pack, Viva Pinata and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I'm going to need eventually for the Rare After Nintendo. And the next Rare After Nintendo episode is Cameo Elements of Power, which I was telling Corey, it's funny, like there's a screenshot of Cameo on the back of my GameCube box. My launch GameCube box has a screenshot of Cameo.
Isn't it so funny?
And here it is,
There's like a whole other generation for it to...
A launch Xbox 360 game. Wow.
I had an extra one, I found it. He doesn't have any Sonic games, and I felt like him having a Sonic game was probably something he should have.
Well, for Genesis testing purposes.
Right, and not only that, but I mean,
like
you've beaten the game.
I've beaten the game. It doesn't count on my backlog, so it's fine. It's fine. You know, but it is good to have, because a lot of people, like a major benchmark that people use for you know, Genesis video quality is like the sky in Sonic. Like that particular blue.
But
is that more Sonic 1 than 2?
But it's also good for you to have it because of the split
the 480i.
Yeah.
Yeah. The weird 480i that doesn't work with the Framemeister.
Right.
So, yeah, you know, I'll take it. I've got Sonic 06, you know.
Yeah, well, that's...
I did have that. This is the only physical Genesis. I'm just not a big Sonic guy. But you're right. It's a good game to have.
Yeah, it was like $3.
And then Corey grabbed this at a pawn shop the other day.
Yeah.
Real cheap. Bionic Commando PS3 version. I mean, this game is underrated. You did a video on the whole Bionic Commando series.
Yeah, and you've played it and beat it. You just
I played it and beat it. I got rid of it. I mean, I bought it for like $10 originally. Yeah. I liked it, but you know, I went through this phase where I sold games that I probably shouldn't have.
Right.
And, you know, this game, oddly enough, I don't really see this very often in stores. Like you would think it would be.
You know, the case is kind of rough, but
a lot of it can be cleaned up.
Yeah.
I mean, the spine is.
But the disc itself is in great condition, and the manual.
Yeah. But this game, don't knock it. Don't get me wrong. Characters, story, all that stuff, awful.
Yeah.
Awful. Maybe the worst characters I've ever seen in a video game.
But they're just really unlikable.
They're just super unlikable. But the music is great.
Yeah.
It breaks into like the main Bionic Commando theme like incessantly, which you know what? That's not a bad thing.
No.
And the gameplay, pretty good. It's a pretty good game. So
we went to this pawn shop today that is usually like not very busy, and it was insane in there because they had all these DVDs. They were selling all their DVDs for 10 cents.
And they were like out front in boxes and boxes and boxes.
Yeah, they got all these DVDs from other stores too. And it's just like madness. And there was a whole bunch of games.
There were people like filling up like giant like cardboard boxes just full of.
It was just like
it was a madhouse.
Like consumerism.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Buy them because they're 10 cents.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of games, and usually they had the person who works there is like, I'll do a deal on whatever. So we bought a few things.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Again, all games I've beaten. This is like
these are all games you got rid of
because I was like, you know what? There's only like 2 games in the series that I really like. This is the lamest pickup of all time.
That's pretty dumb.
It's really dumb. It's Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 3, and Assassin's Creed Revelations. This is the lamest pickup ever, but you know what? They're all in pretty decent condition. They were $3.
Yeah.
They're all in good condition, and they're $3.
Yeah, it's worth it for that.
So I had those. I beat them all, and I was like, you know, the only one that I really loved was Brotherhood. I thought it was by far the best gameplay.
Yeah.
I'd say that Black Flag, the 4th one,
It's great.
Like I'd say it's about.
It's like wow.
I'd say it's about as good as 4. But you know what? After 4, I was like, I'm kind of done with the series. And then Unity came out, and it was apparently bad. I never played it. Syndicate's apparently really good. Like I never loved the series, but I liked them. But it's like the lamest pickup ever. I just got 4 Assassin's Creed games, but they were $3.
Yeah.
I beat them all. Doesn't count on the backlog. It's like, I should have it because it's like your game collection can be like a compilation of your experiences, And it's like I don't want to remove those experiences anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah. Like, I went through a time a few years ago where I did, but I don't want to do that anymore. So
I got a whole bunch.
You bought more than I did.
No.
Yeah,
I got the same amount at that store. So
I thought that pile was bigger. Where was...
Well, these were from another store.
Oh, but it was the same chain.
Yes. I'll go into that after.
All right.
So my $3 pickups were, I got the Bulletstorm, which I've always wanted to play.
A lot of people say it's really good.
This is something I got rid of. I have the sequel. I only got this because I really like the soundtrack. It's the first Little Big Planet. It's $3,
Yeah. I can't remember if I rebought that myself.
And this is one that I've always wanted to have, and I don't know why I didn't have it.
But you do now.
Yeah, it was Heavenly Sword.
You had to haggle on that one.
No, I had to haggle on this next one. This next one is one that was $15, and it's like way too expensive. It's been there for a while. It's been there for a little while, and I mean, it hasn't been out for that long, but it's a remaster, and I got them down there. They do like $8 for it, and I felt like, all right, so I feel like this is about the most I'd pay for it, because I didn't like love the game anyways. It's just God of War 3 remastered. It's $8.
Yeah, I mean, both of us have talked about like how we really enjoyed the God of War series while it was like going on.
Yeah.
But now we're like so over it. Like, I never liked Kratos as a character. A lot of people like Kratos. I don't like Kratos as a character. No. But what I do like he is a vehicle for what I almost think of as like an amusement park ride through Greek mythology. A very violent ride through Greek mythology, but it's Greek mythology is violent and ugly, you know? So it was, I enjoyed the series. I feel kind of over it. I don't have the remastered versions either, but the new God of War, like, it looks interesting because they've changed so much. So right. I'm kind of interested in it now. But anyway.
Next, we went to like another store in that same chain because
they didn't have the sale that day.
Right, but they had a whole bunch of like $2 games, and I got stuff that I felt like would be good to have in preparation for
PS2 episode.
Yeah, PS2 RGB episode eventually, which is like something I had and got rid of because I got the HD remasters. Is like
Devil May Cry 3.
Yeah,
which I mean,
I want to get I want to rebuy the first one now as well.
Yeah, and it's you'll feel the temptation once you get the first and second. You'll feel it.
They're the first and third. Next one I got was it's $2. It's Mortal Kombat Deception. It's like the only one in the series that I don't have anymore.
And
well, now because I opened it up and it's like, all right, it's $2. It's in there. Then I look behind the disc and it's like, oh, there's Armageddon in there too. It's like, okay, I guess there's just I don't know.
Which numbers are those?
This is 5 and 6. No, 6 and 7.
Did they skip a bunch? Like, is it Mortal Kombat X or Mortal Kombat 10?
Mortal Kombat X is 10.
Okay,
so I guess apparently Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe is considered 8. And this last one is something that I didn't want to get, but Troy was like, "You got to get this."
Because it blew my mind. I didn't know it existed. It's $2. Why not?
And it's probably going to be so stupid.
It's probably bad.
But we didn't know it existed. But
we know it existed, and it's like, what?
So, Midway made
San Francisco Rush.
San Francisco Rush 2049.
Well, it was
Rush
2, San Francisco Rush 2. Right? And then it was Rush 2049, which I don't know if that... I haven't played that much of it. I understand it's really good. But I don't know if it's necessarily San Francisco specific.
Right. So we saw that there's such thing as a L.A. Rush.
And it says Midway on the back, so it's got to be...
But it seems like it's really serious.
It's got to be part of the Rush series.
Reclaim your cars in story mode. It's
probably bad, but it was $2, and it's like, I didn't know that There was Rush games on the PS2.
Yeah, it's
Like,
probably stupid, but you know, whatever.
All right, so
then we went to another store, like a little while later. You know, we came back here, shot some stuff, and then we went out shopping again. And you want to go ahead and
let's
show. This is like where the heavy hitters start to come in.
Yeah, that was pawn shop junk.
Yeah.
Let's see. This was last. I'll get to that last. So there's one store. Okay, you want to talk about heavy hitters? Heavy hitters. Let's talk about Elebits. Yeah. No, let's not. It was $5.
Yeah.
I used to have this. I beat it. It wasn't great, but it was one of those unique like early Wii games. I sold it, and it's like, you know what? Like, I just want to have some of the games that I sold again. Also, what I consider one of the worst games I've ever played.
I think we're sick at this point if we're just like buying games.
What I consider one of the worst games I ever played is Final Fantasy: The Crystal Bearers. Really cheap.
Is it a rail shooter? I always thought it was a rail shooter.
No, it's. I don't even know how to describe it. It's just. Are
you imbued with the power of the crystals in that game?
Imbued with the power of the crystals? I guess probably. It's a really lame game. I was like hyped about this game.
Yeah.
Like for some reason I thought it was going to be good, but I thought.
Why would you rebuy a game you don't like?
You know, it's a good question, Lynn. But I felt like, considering it one of the worst games I've ever played, and the fact that it's so cheap, and the fact that it doesn't count against my backlog, I feel like it is of historical, personal significance. And I feel like, what if I wanted to talk about the worst games I've ever played? Yeah. Sometime, like the games that I don't like.
This is what we've become.
What if I wanted to do that? Then I wouldn't be able to access this. And I'm going to hold the big heavy hitter for that store after I get through these. So there was. I don't consider. Well, first of all, because I don't really have the system set up to play these, so I don't really officially consider these part of my collection. I kind of keep them upstairs with like some Atari stuff. But this is an Atari. It's just like a cool looking cart. It's an Atari 5200 version of Mario Brothers, and I got the price slashed on it a good bit, and I just thought, like, we want to do an Atari episode. I don't have the system to play that on, but it's like, well, I don't recall seeing Atari 5200 games in other stores, so it's like, if I can get a good deal on this, like, I should just have it.
Yeah. So
that, you know, I can use it when I need it to do the episode. And same thing, I just grabbed some 7800 cartridges, Centipede, Big Doug, Ms. Pac-Man.
They're cheap.
Yeah, these were $2 each. And so I know they're all like lame and like black and white covers. But I picked up the 7800 for $8, but it doesn't have a power supply. And apparently those are like hard to come by. And there's like no like real replacement for it. But this is just like in preparation, so I have stuff to test that hardware with when the time comes to do an Atari episode, which, you know, will come.
It's pretty cool. It's cool.
It's a cool looking card, isn't it? That Mario Brothers? Like the 7800 is lame, but this 5200 is like awesome looking. But anyway, you grabbed some stuff at that store, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
You want? Well,
you got a couple. You got this guy right here.
Okay. So we found there. I think it was like $12. Unused Super Nintendo controller.
Yeah.
Who couldn't use an unused Super Nintendo?
And it's like a earlier one with the screen printing on it.
Right. So something.
I think it's screen printing. Is that what it is? Yes.
I guess that's what you call it.
I mean, it's not engraved.
Right. So later Super Nintendo controllers have an engraved Nintendo, and me and Game Dave theorized that those are better controllers that last longer, because I bought a new in-box one several years ago because I was sick of trying to find a good replacement Super Nintendo controller. And I thought the only reason it was really good was because it was fresh. But then when we were at Dave's house after too many games, I tried his Super Nintendo controller. He got a NES Mini as a kid, and it came with the engraved Nintendo logo one, and it still felt great. It's the controller he's been using since he was a kid. It felt like mine. That was pretty new. So I theorize that those are better, but still, like a fresh Super Nintendo controller, like that's just a good...
You can just keep it like that.
It's just a good thing to have, because here's the thing, when I play multiplayer Super Nintendo games, it's always a choice of, like, good controller and a bunch of controllers that aren't that good.
Yeah.
So, here's my Player 2 controller.
Yep.
For a good deal. And then, I have a pretty good Genesis.
That's like kind of
Genesis
included with your.
Yeah.
They included that with there. Right?
Yeah. So I guess this is.
Well, let me go.
Okay. Should we save this for absolute last? There's a big thing in here.
No, you can. I think you can do it next. I think it'd be good to do it next. I just
You
got
grab
this.
some
This
things.
wasn't. This is just like $1. It's just like I'm going to use it's. Siphon Filter 3. It's got the game in it and everything. Like, and it's in fine condition. I mean.
But the main thing is...
But the main thing is I'm just going to use it as a case replacement for my Suikoden 1. Because I have a case for Suikoden 1, but it has a hub in the middle, like, so it's actually from, like, a CD. So I'm going to use this to swap it.
Yeah, my Suikoden 1 case is in rough shape.
This other one is, like... Ever since I got GameCube component cables, I've been, like, really kind of into the... Whatever I can get my hands on for the system that I can play in 480p. And, these are both ones that I felt like were probably good to have. I don't have any other games in these series for any other system, so I felt it was fine. I got like Mario Golf and Mario Power Tennis. I feel like they're good to...
I like the N64 versions of both of those games better, but you'd probably like the GameCube versions.
Yeah. And that's like it. That's like everything I got.
Oh, you didn't...
No, I guess I got...
Well, you sort of got something else.
Yeah.
So
this is like the big thing.
This is the big thing. This is something I never would have dreamed. Never would have dreamed.
You got kind of a deal on it.
I got a deal. A crazy deal.
You guys are going to... I don't know what you're going to think about this.
This is something that I don't necessarily even have that much of plans of what I am going to get to play on it, but I feel like it's worth it just to have
I just think it's really funny
the
that
hardware.
Mr. Nintendo only for most of your life for a long time.
Okay, first of all, I didn't need the system, but it kind of came part and package of the deal. I don't need that. It's not even high definition graphics. I don't need that. I also don't need that. But it's in amazing condition, and it was incredibly cheap.
Yeah.
Are we even going to say how much it was?
Yeah, you'd say it was $60 for this whole thing.
$60. And we tested it. It works. It's like, it looks better than Coury's.
Yeah.
Like, it's like the Genesis itself is not in that good shape.
Yeah.
But the Sega CD is like, amazing condition. Like, I don't, there's
want
like
to go
no
into
scratches. You want to talk about the thing?
Yeah.
Do we need a power?
So somebody traded this in a long time ago, so it's been just sitting there.
Oh, it was a long time ago.
Well, like, at least like a month ago. It's just been sitting there.
So they hadn't even tested it yet.
Yeah.
Let us test it.
Yeah. So it wasn't going anywhere. So we get it home, and we eject it. And, I guess we can't do it right now. There's a copy of Soul Star sitting in the drive. And Soul Star is like, it's like a $80 game. But it's disc only, obviously.
I don't know if it's gonna be my thing.
Yeah, he's gonna try it.
I'll try it.
I have it already. I have it complete. But it's just kind of
$60 comes included with free expensive disc.
Yeah, with a free Soul Star in there.
And it has like the heat sink like between the two attachment things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like why? Like I don't know really what I want for the system that's even affordable. Yeah. But it's like it's good hardware to have for that price. Like for that price, I cannot pass it up.
Yeah, and you can play burns on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't like seriously play a burn, but like it would be good. Like it's just good hardware to have for the show.
Yeah.
So I can use burns to like capture material for the show if I have to.
Yeah.
You know, but I wouldn't like consider it part of my collection or really seriously play it. Like I would have to buy a copy. I thought we went to another store.
Well, hang on. Troy does now. He now owns the best looking console of all time.
You know, I think the 32XCOM messes it up.
It does.
It messes up the look.
Yeah. It ruins it. It's true, but the Genesis One and the Sega CD is like the best looking system.
It might win me over time. We'll see.
All right,
we'll see. I did not expect to walk away with, but like $60.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't walk away from that. You can't walk away from that. So yeah, there it is. But we're not done.
We're not done.
We're not done.
You got something? Yeah.
Well, we went to another store in the same chain.
Yeah.
That was.
No. Oh yes, we did. You're right.
And you know what? They had a lot of things that we really wanted, but they were kind of a little too expensive.
Yes.
And so all I bought was a $4 copy of Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, which again, game I beat, I sold. You know, I didn't like it as much as the GameCube ones, but it wasn't bad. But what's funny about this, and part of why I kind of want, like, this was the first Wii game I owned. I owned this before I owned a Wii. You know why? Because they shipped third-party Wii games to the store before the system.
Yeah.
So I had this pre-ordered, and Twilight Princess pre-ordered. This came in, like 3 or 4 days before the systems did. You know, I got to go home with it and be like, ooh, I own a Wii game. This doesn't have the manual, whatever, $4. And then I got to go home the following Sunday with the Wii and Twilight Princess. Anyway, so, also, got a Genesis 1 power supply tossed in with...
That's actually good, though. I mean,
yes.
Official power supplies are kind of hard to come by.
You know what? My power supply is rattling.
Oh, mine used to be. Did you drop it?
No, it just came that way.
Yeah.
Like this. This seems like a really good one. It's official.
I have my official power supply that I don't have anything for. I use for my SCART.
So we went to another store.
Yep.
That you've been talking about for a long time. This store.
Yeah, Arcade Legacy.
And got a few grabs here. This is so dumb. I got Dino Crisis 1. $12.
Everything you bought today, you're like, this is so dumb.
Why did I buy this? I feel like I've broken through to like a new level of like a little too collector-y for my own taste.
Yeah.
Is that what it's becoming? But again, game I beat. I beat it on PSN, and I like the second game a lot more. But like I wanted to own them both.
Yeah.
But I bought the Dreamcast version. And it never felt right having the Dreamcast version instead of the PlayStation version. I don't know why. But, again, it's so dumb. But it's $12. And it's in great shape except for this crack on the front. And, you know, you can just their standard, front.
Right.
Front
I have
things. And you've got some. And so I'm just going to replace that. Now, they've had some stuff recently at Arcade Legacy that you said came in from like a super serious PlayStation collector. And he had, like, all this stuff, like, aside from that Dino Crisis, which I probably didn't come from him, like, all of these other things are, like, the best condition I've ever seen used PlayStation games. Best condition.
Really?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, they're all from the same guy.
Like, they don't even they look like they were put on a shelf once. And you don't even have, like, that friction of sliding, that you can see sort of some horizontal scuffs on discs. Like, you don't even see that on these, really.
Yeah.
So, unbelievable. Anyway, I got Mega Man X4. I don't like this game as much as a lot of other people do, but I like it. It's good. Mm-hmm. I played on the X Collection.
Great soundtrack.
I don't have the X Collection anymore, so this is like the last good one until I played X8 a few weeks ago, and I liked it.
Yeah.
I like, you know, that one's a little hit or miss for people, but I liked it. So you know that that's a good one to have. I'm good, and you know it's good to have more 2D PlayStation games to capture because I don't have a lot of 2D PlayStation games. I feel like
that's a good one.
I like to show 2D games when I'm like making comparisons and stuff, just because it's like it's easier to convey what the differences are.
Right.
You know, between one thing or the other when you're using 2D games. Now here's the thing. I paid for this, but this is yours. I paid for it because I owed you some money.
Yeah. Soul Calibur, which is something, you know, like I've beaten it, completed it. It was one of the ones I got rid of when I got rid of a whole bunch of Dreamcast stuff. And I've always wanted to, like, add it back in. It's a great soundtrack. I think it's just nice to have. Still have my save file for it.
Yeah, you know, I got a copy of that, like, almost 2 years ago, I think, and...
one thing you'll notice that's really nice about Arcade Legacy is they made it so
oh, their stickers come off easy.
they intentionally do that.
Nice.
So they come right
A lot of stores don't do that, and that's annoying. Why would they do that?
GameStop.
Not just GameStop, like some local stores around me, like, have annoying stickers. But, anyway, this is probably... You know, in a lot of ways, this is a dumb purchase. Do I need the original Metal Gear Solid Black Label? No, I do not.
You have the one...
I've got the one that came with the collection for PS2.
Yeah, so it's like the DVD style.
It's in a DVD style box, and so it's with my PS2 games.
And but it's like this is from the same collector.
Same collector. It's like flawless, absolutely flawless. Like it's excellent condition. It's like I could not pass out for $15 for a flawless Metal Gear Solid. Like I just in some ways, this feels like the dumbest purchase. Because I already have Metal Gear Solid for PS1. But it's in the wrong kind of case. It's in the wrong kind of case. And for $15, I can right a wrong.
Right.
You know, it's a proper part of my PlayStation collection. You know, I wanted to stock up on a few more Game Boy games prior to doing the Game Boy RGB episode, which is going to be the next episode that I edit.
Yes.
Wario Land 2. I don't like 2 and 3 as much as I like the original. But it's you know, it's good. And this is the color version. Mm-hmm. It's not color only. You can play like they remastered, or if that's the term you want to use, for Game Boy Color.
I didn't know that.
So
is that like the harder one to find?
I haven't seen it since I've started looking for it.
Right.
$10, you know. You know, these were like this was Donkey Kong Country 2 GBA, Mario 3. I used to have this. I never had this. I know this is not like a good version, but like I just kind of want all the Donkey Kong Country stuff for comparison's sake. You know, for comparison's sake. Like I love Donkey Kong Country. And 2 is my favorite one.
And that's cool. So it's straight up Donkey Kong Country 2.
I think like the map looks a little different, but I mean it's, you know, more or less a port. I mean I think they might have added some stuff. The map like graphics are a little different. Donkey Kong Country 3 is a little more heavily tweaked. Donkey Kong Country 3 has a totally different soundtrack.
Oh, that's
a completely original soundtrack.
So you think that's a good thing?
Done by David Wise, who was like
the same.
Right, most of the soundtrack of 3 was not done by him. What I've heard so far, I like the original soundtrack better of 3.
Right.
But apparently they redid it. I heard. I don't know how accurate this is. I need to double check sources to be sure this is true. But I heard that it was because like the DKC 3 soundtrack kind of relied more heavily on like bassy sort of sounds, and it just didn't translate well to the GBA. So they just threw it out and did the whole soundtrack from scratch. But Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 on GBA are, you know, same as always. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Whew, that kind of wore me out.
Yeah.
You know, I was like thinking about cleaning some of these games, but I don't feel like it anymore.
No. You're gonna try out Soul Stick though.
Yeah, we need to test the Sega CD a little bit more. But it's exciting. Like $60 to have that hardware in that condition. Like I cannot say no to that.
Yeah, and the Genesis is in rough shape, but I mean,
I've got a much better Genesis, and I've got a top of another Genesis.
I'm wondering if it's going to match up though, because I think if it's a high definition graphics one, it's going to have the extension.
Oh,
it might not fit.
It might not fit right. Yeah, but you know,
whatever. It's another Genesis that you can open it up. And
I can open it up and I can take shots of the inside.
Yeah. It's in rough shape, anyways. Like the door is.
The door, like it's missing part of the hinge.
Yeah.
So, whew, what a deal.
Yeah.
What a deal.
Yep.
And best of all, I'm still not over my unfinished limit.
I know everything you buy here is stuff that you've.
Well, except for the stuff you were holding.
Yeah. It's just funny to think about, right?
Yeah, I know. Like I wanted to buy like one unfinished game today, but I didn't see the right one. I didn't see the right one.
I mean, I wonder what
the right one for the right price anyway.
Yep.
I saw some that I would like to buy, but the prices were too high.
Yeah, we're going back to Arcade Legacy tomorrow to shoot video for something.
Like that's kind of
for super gun stuff.
That's kind of the main purpose of my visit. Is
right.
we're going to be shooting some material for an episode all about super guns, and Arcade Legacy is just going to be a convenient place to.
Yeah, the owner is letting us like use a whole bunch of his arcade boards. He has a bunch of games on the floor, and he also has arcade boards that don't have cabinets. They have just been like sitting in the back room, and he's going to let us hook up a whole bunch. And we're going to bring a Framemeister, capture everything, and bring some home. Who knows? Maybe if we bring some cool stuff home, maybe we'll stream some of them on Sunday or something. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. If it works out, I mean, we got a lot of testing to do.
Right. Testing. All right. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That'll do.
Ready to call it a night?
I'm wore out.
Yeah.
That wore me out talking about my hauls more than I did shopping for them.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
Hey, so hopefully you all have had a chance to see the little 4:40, some like 4.5 minute video, a little Framemeister update, sort of a little different sort of video for us. We aren't considering it a proper episode, but it's interesting that this little package here came today. Because released a little video about the Framemeister, and in here is something by Micomsoft that is not the Framemeister, and not well, it's not anything quite like it. Is the connection spotty? Hold on one second. Let me. No, I am on Wi-Fi, I think. Can I see? Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. Sometimes I have to turn off Wi-Fi to connect to my camera, like when I shoot and use my phone for remote view. But anyway, this is sort of a weird thing. You know, Micomsoft has actually been around for a while, and they've made some things that I think people wouldn't expect. You know, I think they could have been, you know, another Hori, basically. Oh, there's a little, look at that, there's a little Mario and Peach thank you on there. How about that? I didn't even know about this. But check this out. It is it's a PC Engine multi-tap. There are other multi-taps that have, more ports than this. But I was just looking for a multi-tap, and, really just to do 2 players. I don't foresee myself needing more than that for PC Engine games. But, yeah, on the back, you see this little DP logo. You probably won't be able to see it very well, but there's some writing there that is the same logo that is on the Framemeister box. That writing there. And if you look here, you may be able to see this somewhat clearly. The text that is on it is the same style of font that is on the Framemeister and their other products like the X Capture one. So this is the XHE2 for PC Engine. There's a white version of this too. I saw them both on eBay. I was just looking for a PC Engine multi-tap, and this one was like a tiny bit more expensive than the others. But I was like, hey, maybe we'll want to do a video about weird things that Microsoft made that weren't upscalers. Why not? I've got Bomberman for PC Engine. I think I'm going to get a few other co-op games, so be good to have. Alright, well, that's all. So, thanks for watching. Bye. Hey, there's people watching already. So I finally have a phone again. My phone broke. I don't know, gosh, it's probably been 3 weeks ago at least now. And it took a while, but work has finally hooked me up with a new phone. Very grateful that I do not have to pay to have a new phone. And it's cool because now I'm on work's full phone plan. Like before, they were like reimbursing my phone bill, but now I'm on their full plan, which includes unlimited data. So I could Periscope outside my home because I only had 2 gigs of data on my other plan. So cool. Can I share my 20L5 settings? Don't really have any settings for it. I did set up, did tweak the component a little bit. I needed component to be a lot brighter on mine, but I don't. Coury knows a lot more about the 20L5 than I do. But anyway, so yeah, new phone. It's the Google Pixel, by the way. It seems pretty cool so far. I had a Samsung Galaxy S4, which wasn't like outdated for me or anything because I don't really use a lot of apps and stuff. Like I consider my phone used to be pretty basic. But yeah, unfortunately it broke. Screen got cracked and wouldn't come on. But like the day, like 2 or 3 days after it broke, like the Google Pixel was announced and then it got released, and it's like, well, I'll give it a try. Why not? So I mean, it seems to shoot pretty good picture and video so far. Anyhow, I'm getting ready to shoot the next episode. I was just looking for an excuse to use my phone. Let's see if this works. I have a little case for it that will prop up a little bit. And that kind of works. So this is kind of my process for getting ready to shoot an episode. you might be kind of able to see there. We're not telling you what this episode is just yet. It'll be a surprise. But we've been playing it for 3 or 4 weeks, and we're pretty excited about it. It's going to be fun. It's a little different. Coury up here is orange, and I'm green. I'm always green. Both of our favorite colors are green, but I was the one that started the color coding, so I got green. So here's what I have to do. I have an old Toshiba tablet. It's pretty decrepit at this point. And I cannot get it to copy paste from any source correctly. I can load up Google Drive on it, and have you ever copied something out of a Google Drive document and it's got like, when you have like an apostrophe, it just makes a bunch of gibberish? I've tried going to Google Drive on the web browser through it. I can't find any way to make this work on my tablet other than copy pasting my script, my sections of the script, into an email to myself. And my decrepit old tablet takes like 10 minutes to refresh my email. So I have to do this part of the process before setting up to shoot, or else I'll be waiting for like 10 minutes when I'm ready to shoot, and it's like, I forgot to copy my script, because I run the teleprompter off my tablet. Which episode is this for? We're not telling you yet. We used to kind of keep episodes like a bit of a surprise, but and now we've been pretty open about what we're working on, but we want to keep this one a surprise. So, is that everything? I think that's everything. Alright. So I send that to myself. Now with this old Toshiba tablet, got a Mass Effect title screen. This was like when I got this like back when I was playing Mass Effect 2. So, as you can see. And I'm really proud of this because the unlock screen is this circle thing, and I spent like way more time than I should have getting this to line up with Edie here to like do my little unlock. Whoa, cool! But now the only thing I do with this tablet is use it as my teleprompter. So, I'm now refreshing my email, and that'll take a while. So, I've already got some of my gear upstairs. I can't forget my Zoom. I have it normally connected here to use for streams. This is what I record my audio on. I think it was Duke, the 8-bit Duke. Me and Coury were talking to. He visited a little bit when I was up at Coury's. He only lives a few hours away from Coury's, and he was surprised that we used just the built-in mics on the Zoom for our audio. He didn't think that it would sound as good as it did, but these are solid mics built into these things. But you has XLR inputs for external mics, which I have occasional use for. And I saw some people saying no. Unfortunately, it's not the Game Boy episode. It's the next one. Game Boy is the next one that I am editing. Once I've got Coury all the material that he needs for this episode, which is not an RGB episode. It's a game-focused episode. He's editing this. Once I get him all the stuff that he needs from me for this episode, I'm going to delve into the Game Boy script. I've already got like a decent chunk of it written, but I really need to just get it finished, and then get it fact checked and move into production. So, it could still be several weeks away, but did I ever get a working Game Boy Light? No, I did not. There's someone local I've been meaning to ask if he has one. But I don't know if he does. And I need to ask. If anyone has a Game Boy Light they would be willing to let us borrow, send us a DM on Twitter. And we might be interested. Before you ship it, I'll ask someone local if he's got one. But I feel like I asked him before, and I think he didn't. So it's very likely that we'll... I mean, it's going to be such a small part of the episode, but it would be such a cool thing to show, too, So another thing we're looking for is a Revo. We were kind of going to buy one, but now we're like, do we really want to buy one? The Revo being sort of a clone system Game Boy that's got like a bright LCD screen. So if anyone has one of those, several people told us that's like how they prefer to play Game Boy Advance games now. So if anyone has a Revo that we could borrow, we definitely would like to borrow one of those, because we probably wouldn't really use it outside of the episode. And it's kind of a lot of money for something that we probably won't really use after the episode. So anyway, there's that. Send us a DM if you have either of those things. They might be useful for us. So let's go upstairs. Revo K101, that's what it's called. Yep. I've had that poster that's hanging at my stairwell. I've had that since I got it for like my 5th or 6th birthday. And I've had it forever. I think it was the day I moved to Ohio, when I lived in Ohio for a few years. You probably can't really see it here. Down next to Toad, there's a crease. I sat on it. This was like 20 years ago. Or more than that. Yeah, more than that. There's a crease on it down there, but it's not that bad. Also, up here, it's like kind of cut off. Like, it just came from some local shop or something, right? And I'm pretty sure that is a Japanese Mario 2 artwork there in that corner. I don't think that's anything associated with Mario 1. So I actually wonder, I've not really seen this artwork anywhere else, but I wonder if it's maybe Mario 2 artwork, but it's repurposed as Mario 1 here. I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, studio room, as you've seen. There's this $8 Master System I got. It works, and I got it cleaned up like really nicely. Yeah, it was at a Goodwill operated store called The Grid, where they take all of the games that Goodwill gets in the area and sells them for the value they're actually worth. So I'm getting my mic stand here. I had it out here because when I did the last thing I really shot on camera, well, I didn't shoot on camera. I wanted to put it in the same place that I shot on camera, was the re-recording, the extra voiceover clips for the when we decide to make some changes to the limited run episode. Also got some junk here that work didn't need anymore, would have thrown away, so I took it home. I haven't figured out where I want to put it yet. This is my power supply for the audio recorder. I think I got everything in here. So I several months ago installed a what is that? I think it's a 5000K bulb. I probably have the boxes over here. What was it, 5? Daylight. I don't think the Kelvin number is on there, but whatever it is, I put that up there, and it matches these because this was just, you know, the normal warm light that came with the house. But considering I don't use this room for anything other than shooting, it makes sense to have the, you know, matching. Because otherwise that light was useless. I always turned it off when I did shooting. So here's my green screen, custom workshop green screen lights. Let's see here. Trying to set the phone in a place where you might be able to see a little something. Maybe. So I've got these two lights. Maybe you can see something a little more this away. Yeah, this away. Maybe. I put this one, well, I need to move this chair. I put this one over here. I've got tape markers all over the floor that tells me where these things go. See, tells me where my lights go, where my tripod goes, where my clothes rack with a blanket on it goes. I pretty much raised this one as high as it goes, which is really, it hits the ceiling, so I don't quite move it that high. And this light goes right here. I've got a power strip on an extension cord. I can't see because I'm plugging. I should change cameras. I've got this power strip right all the across, so I have in the middle of the room, which makes it easy for plugging stuff into for shooting. So I can plug the Zoom, the audio recorder. I can plug that into it. I can plug in the other light. That's basically all I really need to plug into it. Sometimes, you know, I've got another strip hidden back here where I plug in these little lights for the glow on the wood panel wall, and I also plug the turntable in there, you know, just sort of get those in the middle of the room for easy access. Get my tripod out. The reason the tripod's in the bag is because I haven't had it out since going to Coury's. If you can hear the air conditioning, that's because I always turn the air conditioning on really high before shooting, because I turn it off when I shoot. Try to get cooled down a bit. Okay, so that's where I put that light. Tripod out of the bag. Really, half the reason I'm periscoping is so I actually stay on task and get this stuff done rather than getting distracted by something. This is getting later to be doing a shoot like this. Now, I'd like to go to bed a little early, but I got to get Coury this stuff tonight, or else it's going to start to put him behind. You know, we'd like to release this episode Friday. It's possible it might release Saturday. I mean, Sunday's always a possibility too. It's a simple episode, but it's going to be long. But it's not, you know, there's nothing really that calls for it to be particularly flashy. I'm putting that on my tripod marks. And I always raise the column. I've got it written on my whiteboard here so I don't forget. I raise it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Consistency. And I've got over here on this whiteboard inspired by Game Dave. I need to fill it with more stuff, but I've got some of my camera settings and stuff like that I might need to remember. So this is just a regular light stand. It's thicker, it's a little more heavy duty than the other light stands, though that's not necessarily intentional. I think it was just the cheapest one I could find. I put this one in front of my regular tripod. And then I put my really cheap teleprompter on it. That's what it's called. It's called a really cheap teleprompter. Right here. It's just a box. There's a lid that raises up with the glass. Put your tablet in there. Cover the camera with the cloth. But it's not as cheap as I want it to be. I think it was $200. But considering I've got, you know, an oddball Android tablet that's a lot thicker, it's a lot beefier than most tablets. Like, that was really the reason I got it, was because it's got like HDMI output, an SD card slot, like 2 USB ports at least. Like, I bought it for all that. I never really used. I didn't really take advantage of all those features that I thought I wanted. I'm going to put this bag in my little. Got some props and stuff hidden in this closet. This is where I keep like my dad's old-timey glasses. Well, I say old-timey, you know, your good old 80s style glasses like I used for the chameleon twist thing. So, put the camera on the tripod. Camera. Panasonic GH4. Great camera. GH5 is coming out early next year. It's, you know, it ain't cheap, but I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's good stuff. I thought I might have raised the teleprompter too high, but it seems about right. You know, I I'm going to check my whiteboard over here. Let's see. I have my white balance settings right. Oops, wrong button. What's my white balance? 5100, yep, that's correct. ISO, I put it 800 because that turns out to be the native ISO for this camera. Okay. Now I've got green screen presets so I can, get all the lights in the same place, get the camera settings consistent, manual white balance and all that. Then the green screen just works. Consistency is important for that sort of thing. So, actually, the last time I was using, this is good. I thought this was set up for sitting down. I have to move these. I've got a pop filter and this sort of just an additional sound dampening thing stuck to it. And I have to sometimes move them way down when I do it sitting down like I did for Chameleon Twist, but I'm not really going to have to adjust much of anything here. I've got a little X on the floor where this goes. So that way if I have to do re-recordings, which happens frequently, I know that the audio will, the room acoustics will be consistent. And sometimes it does sound a little bit different. But, you just do the best you can. I can't really tell you why it might sound different one day. And so it actually, goes pretty close to my mouth. And it's actually, in fact, it's in the shot from the camera. And I just crop it out in the green screening. In some of my earlier setups, you don't see the lights in the shot anymore, but in some of my earlier spot markings on the carpet, you can see the lights and everything, like totally surrounding me, and you just cut it out, and let the green screen do its magic. So let's see if my tablet's email updated. It did. So, like I say, it's so dumb. This is the only way I've found to be able to get a script onto my tablet is to send it to myself, pasted in an email. This tablet is dumb. Okay, copy. I use a free program just called Android Prompter. It's loading slow. It's got the Chameleon Twist script in it, see? When you think of Sunsoft. So it just scrolls like that. So, this is moving really fast. There's a little turtle icon on it. And what I do is I tap the turtle a bunch of times to move it to its slowest speed. There's a rabbit icon. And I tap that like 5 times to go up from the bottom, I think. Though I actually think it needs to go faster than that. It's probably 6 or 7 times is probably about right. Maybe 8. I don't know. It used to be different for some reason. I don't know. It went faster with fewer taps. So I'm just going to edit the text. That old chameleon twist. Chameleon twisto. I need to go back to the top, and I add, oh, there's already enough space at the top. I put a generous gap at the top so that I can get going, and I can go. So, all I need to do now is mirror it so that it will be right side in the prompter. I just set it in here. I also need to move. Sometimes I forget to do this. I start shooting, and then I'm like, oh crap. I move this clothes rack, this blanket in place. And of course I need to turn on the zoom. Takes a moment for that to boot up. This is you know, I got my marker on the floor here. This is what the perspective looks like there. See, the tablet sits there, reflects on screen there. I purposefully put it in a place where you couldn't see what this episode is. It's pretty vague right there. So yeah, this is right here. That's it. That's the setup. Set up. Got some water here. Got a comb. Coury doesn't know the pain of having, you know, hair, and you know, trying to make it look less stupid while shooting. You know, as minimally stupid as I can make it look. So, yeah, there you have it. There you have it. Not to say I have a lot of hair. I mean, you know, it's not as much as it used to be. But we can't be the two bald guys on YouTube, right? Right? I don't know if that's marketable. So anyway, I better get to shooting this. I need to go out here and turn the old AC off. And well, you know, aside from you not wanting you to see what episode this is, I'm going to say goodbye to Periscope because I use my phone. This is going to be my first time doing this with this phone. I use my phone as, come on, wake up. Oh, it is wake up. See, that's the shot on the screen. See, you can see the microphone in the shot and the edges of the green screen. Because I connect, make a Wi-Fi connection. This QR code comes up, and this makes my phone a monitor. So I can start, stop, record. You know, make sure I'm in frame. Make sure my hair looks minimally stupid, and you know, it's great. It also I can focus. I can focus just by touching the screen, which was annoying because I used to put my microphone stand on my Marc down there, and I would focus to that from back here. So Anyway, so I'm gonna change my phone from being periscoping to being camera monitor. So, bye. Thanks for watching. There we are. Thank you. I ate at a, I don't think Chinese is the word. I think it was kind of it was called bento or something like that. And, but they had like Chinese and Japanese food. And they had the exact same thank you bags as the game store that me and my friends went to tonight. So I got a little game haul. Got a little 91% isopropyl alcohol. About run out of Q-tips too. They actually cleaned the games at the store, but I like to do my own cleaning. Got to do a little surface cleaning on the outside too, you know. And if this doesn't go on too long, then I'll test the AVS a little bit more, because there are NES games in here. Not many. Today's my birthday, by the way. Anytime someone is saying, you know, hey, it's the Super Nintendo's birthday, just remember it's mine too. If only I'd known I could have got one for my 7th birthday. My parents probably wouldn't have gone for that though. So, we have here, this was all $50. Went to Save Point in Charlotte, North Carolina. Pretty good little store. They usually have fair prices. A lot of their better stuff kind of sells out. It's probably like 40 minutes from me, and a lot of their better stuff kind of sells out quickly because they post the stuff they get on Facebook a lot. And so people just, you know, people who are a lot closer, it's kind of in a university area, which I don't know if that's really good for a retro game store or not. I feel like university students are probably mostly playing modern games. So I don't know, maybe. But anyway, so everything I got here is actually stuff that I used to own. I've kind of got too many unfinished games right now, so I sort of decided to focus a little bit on reacquiring a few things I regret selling. So got Wizards and Warriors. I don't think I was in the right frame of mind when I played this before. You know, I know this game is really, really loved, and it's so easy, and there's nothing wrong with like a light and easy game, but it almost seems so easy to the point of pointlessness. But you know, there's nothing wrong with that, so I'd like to give it a fair chance, and you know, it's always good to have more games that you can just use and show on the show. Also got Sword of Mana. This was $10. I don't know if I said this was $6. Good looking card. Sword of Mana. This was $10. You know, people say bad things about this version. To be honest, this is the only version of Final Fantasy Adventure, Seiken Densetsu 1, the only one that I've played. I beat it. that was good. I kind of went through a phase where I was purging games that, you know, oh, I don't need this. This is too much stuff, junk, whatever. And so if I didn't have like a super strong connection to it, I got rid of it. But now that I'm, you know, doing YouTube, like, I kind of regret that some of this stuff I can't, like, you know, just pull off my shelf and use for capture. And, you know, it's always good to have a variety of games you can show. By the way, can we talk about the fact that there doesn't exist a copy of Donkey Kong Land for the Game Boy that doesn't have, like, the label half ripped off? I've never seen a good-looking copy of Donkey Kong Land. We used to have one. Want to well, look at the Donkey Kong games more in depth on the show in the future. That's like the last one I need to get. Again, I mean, that was the only one that I sold, I guess. But I see some people say, show us the AVS. I did a Periscope a few days ago, unboxing the AVS and doing my initial tests on it. Let me show you real quick before I finish going through here. Here it is. Right here. That trapezoid. Some people in our Patreon chat were saying they don't like the trapezoid shape. I'm not wild about the trapezoid shape, but everything about the aesthetic just screams NES to me, and I really like that. Thoughts on the Analog NT Mini? It's a heck of a lot more expensive than this is. I like the look of the Analog NT, but I don't know if it's the right choice for me because I just like it something looking like an NES. I mean, I'm not even so sure that this is really for me, but from what I've tested so far, it seems really cool. And after I get these carts cleaned, I'll test it a little bit more. But it seems neat. It's one of the more affordable ways to play NES games on your HD TV. And from an initial impression, it seems pretty cool. The big problem I was running into was that apparently there are audio issues on Samsung TVs, and my TV is a Samsung. I don't have another TV I can test it on right now, and the audio drops every now and then for a few seconds or a second. So that's kind of a bummer, but hopefully that can be fixed. If you don't have a Samsung TV, I don't think there's anything to worry about. Open the lid. There you go. Put NES games, you slide them in like a front loader. Famicom games, you put it on like a top loader. There it is. But yeah, the Mini NT. I'll be curious what kind of features it offers, because it is pricey. I feel like some of that price is maybe going to a little bit of prestige or something like that. But it's hard to say what that's going to be like. We really want to look at one. The coolest thing about the Mini is that it does RGB and HDMI and outputs them simultaneously. That's huge. That really is huge. You can have it hooked up to your PVN, you can have it hooked up to your HDTV, your capture card, whatever you want. It outputs 240p over RGB. That is pretty huge. That I will have to say that's pretty huge. Is it worth the extra price? That's definitely up to you. It's kind of this weird gray area because it's like I'm playing on not original hardware, but it's trying to be original hardware. So it's kind of weird. Is that going to fly with the original hardware people? Does that make it? Does the FPGA acting like an NES make it more authentic to you than
a clone console that's using similar parts, or an emulator box like a Retron 5, does it fall in the same category for you as a Retron 5, just because it's not the true original thing, or because it's a little closer? I don't know. It's a weird gray area, and I think the answer is going to vary from person to person. Until I've put a little bit more time into this, I don't think I can really say which way I go on that myself. But I'll get into this a little bit more later. I also reacquired PS2 version of Jak and Daxter. Only game in the series that I've really put any serious playtime into, and this is a really good looking case. It was $6. Got the manual. Good looking disc. Not completely perfect. What are people's opinions on cleaning? Does the 4-score fit in the AVS? It's built in. I mean, it's got 4 ports. I actually saw 4-score tonight. But what's people's opinions on cleaning disc-based games? You know, a long time ago, I got this, CD game cleaning kit from Funkoland, and I had this little spray that you're supposed to spray on. It came with this cloth, sort of circular disc cloth. You're supposed to sort of rub out from the edges. It was some sort of alcohol-based solution. I mean, I didn't really, I just used whatever it was. I don't exactly know what it was. But, now, since then, I've seen such varying opinions on what you should do to clean discs, or if you should clean discs at all, or, I've never really seen a good consensus on, like, what the right way to do, and, even the slightest bit of, alcohol, could start to break down the seal or whatever holds it all together. I don't know. Hear all kinds of things. I see Chris Utah saying disc resurfacing is great. I see split opinions on that. I always feel a little weird when I pick up a disc that has obviously been resurfaced. I mean, it's not a deal breaker for me. I have a copy. I think it's my Mega Man X Command mission. Yeah, this looks a little weird. Like, it doesn't... I don't know if there's different kinds of disc surfacing telltale signs. There's no way you'd be able to see on the phone camera, I don't think. Like, normally there's, like, sort of, like, these swirls going around it. But this kind of has, like, there's, like, a texture to it that I swear isn't on the other GameCube games. Oh, now that the light's catching a different angle, I do feel like I can see a bit of a pattern. But anyway, this game, Mega Man X Command Mission, I have not really gone and played through it yet. And part of what's deterring me is that it doesn't work in my GameCube. Like, it boots, and what's interesting is that I get disc read error that is clearly not in a system menu. It's like it's like the game's font. So something loads, but then it says disc read error. But it does play in the Wii. It's the only game that has ever given me trouble in my GameCube. The only game. I've never had a problem with my GameCube before. So I don't know. Kind of weird. So I don't really trust resurfacing. This Jak and Daxter has clearly not been resurfaced, and the disc overall looks good. So Jak and Daxter is such an interesting game. It's like
It's just like, I love how it's so seamless. It's like the first like disc-based 3D seamless world of that kind of scale that I'm aware of. It was definitely kind of revelatory for me at the time. And lastly here, this is the big grab of the evening. I got for $30, I got Ninja Turtles 3. Again, a game that I used to have, kind of regret getting. I don't like it nearly as much as Turtles 2. But $30 is a good price for it. And it's like basically a mint condition cart. So, yeah, I saw that and I was like, okay, cart looks this good, only $30. You can't get this game for less than $30 no matter what the condition is. So, yeah, that's why I went for it. Was a good price. I mean, normally I see it for $35. So let me do a little bit of my own cleaning. I don't drink tea. I don't know why I have this cup. My normal sort of saucers that I use for cleaning games are dirty. He had Sloppy Joe in them. Saw someone earlier say something like, "Is 99% isopropyl alcohol difficult to find in the U.S.?" You know, it's been so long since I bought this bottle of alcohol, and it's almost empty. It's not something I particularly look for very often, but I'll next time I go to the drugstore, I'll try to remember to look for some. I mean, I don't think 91% is bad. You know, I've read stuff like some people say, you know, mix half pure alcohol with water, which, from what I've read since, I understand to be a bad idea. But I mean, people say all kinds of crazy stuff about how to clean games. There's just no consensus out there, so it's hard to know what to really believe. And you know, I'm no expert on, you know, how this stuff works and what kind of chemicals are good for it. You know, those cleaning kits I bought at Funko Land, I have absolutely no idea what that solution was. They didn't get all the dirt off of this. They've got like a Retron 3 or something at Save Point behind the counter that they pop the games in before you. Yeah, he didn't get this one all that clean. Outside sure is clean. The sticker left a little residue that I'm gonna get off too. This one's gonna be a 2Q-tipper. 2Q-tipper. I don't know. What's the price for Turtles 4 up to these days? I used to have it. I didn't love it. That's why I don't still have it. I would kind of, you know, I'm at a different point in my life, and now I kind of wish I had it again. But I don't want to pay that price for it. Turtles 2 is the only Turtles game that I've like really loved, but this one's good too. Honestly, I think the thing for me is the fact that they made you take damage for doing the A and B attack. Just like made me so mad. And I think that's like my mental block against these later Turtles games. It's like, it's so mean. I like that. That's how I play Turtles 2. Turtles 4 is only around $50. Are you serious? I thought it was like 80 to 100 by now. Really? 50? Is the Japanese version... How affordable is the Japanese version? I've got Hyperstone Heist. Unfortunately, I don't have the case for it. I just kind of lucked into it because I always kind of clean the outside plasticky edges of cartridges because no one cleans those, and they tend to be filthy. Like, especially in the corners. I mean, I know it doesn't come into contact with anything, but ain't nothing wrong with getting rid of a little bit more dirt. There's some sort of weird, like, white residue toward the edges of this cart. This is a really good looking cart. So I'm super happy with this. I'm going to clean the sticker residue was sort of around the ridges. I kind of like cleaning the ridges a little bit if I'm not feeling too lazy. Just sort of run a Q-tip in there. Sort of, I'm not really getting off any dirt. This is a clean cart. I see just a little bit of dirty something on the label. Anyone have any recommendations for cleaning labels? I'm always scared to. I accidentally got a little alcohol on the tip of the label of my Castlemania Legacy of Darkness and like instantly took a good bit of the color out. I mean, I didn't do it on purpose. I was trying to clean some dirt that was near the top of the label. And so that kind of bummed me out. But it's actually kind of cool. It actually kind of makes a neat looking effect for that particular label art. Make sure that sticky's off. I feel like the sticky hasn't quite come off. Sticky's still there. I've got some paper towels here. Sometimes I get out the, you know, for the really tough spots, the Goo Gone. You know, if the sticker's really aggressive, but typically I just stick with alcohol if I can. I don't need to go that far. Isn't it amazing, like, how well NES labels have generally held up? Like, Atari labels don't look like this. They get spots. Even Genesis labels, you know, get like these spots on them. But man, whatever they did with NES, good stuff. Normally, when I get like PS2 or GameCube or Xbox games, I like have to clean the case quite a bit, but this is clean. This is clean. The sticker's not going to come off clean though. But otherwise, I'm not really going to have to do anything to Jack and Daxter here. It's almost 11 o'clock. Dang it. Just get the sticker residue off. You ain't here to watch me clean a PS2 game. Oh, yeah, that's coming off good. This other store we went to, I didn't buy anything there. They had a bunch of pretty mint condition Vectrex games. They range in price from like $30 complete to up to $90 from what I could see. They were behind a case. Our good friend Game Dave is a big fan of Vectrex. That's if he wanted any, but they were a little too pricey for him. I don't blame him. I didn't realize they were that high up, but I don't think I've ever seen Vectrex games for sale in person before, so it was kind of neat just to see it. Yeah, I got that. Wizards and Warriors. This one has this is a decent looking cart. It's got a little more residue along the edges. It wasn't a clean sticker pull. Atari brand games generally did better. Ugh, I've got some bad sticker residue on my fingers. I don't want to touch anything now. Yeah. Yeah. I'll wash my hands. Be right back. Okay. Where were we? This one was my clean Q-tip. Playing Wizards and Warriors. I went through a phase where I was trying to get as many of the rareware, or just rare at the time, NES games as I could. This was one of them. I had Snake, Rattle, and Roll. I don't have that anymore. I want to say they did the NES port of Cabal, if I'm not mistaken, which is sort of a Wild Guns-esque sort of game. It was alright. Wouldn't mind giving it another shot. Snake, Rattle, and Roll seemed really interesting, though, but I never gave it enough of a chance. I would consider revisiting it someday. Hurt isn't too bad. I do see a lot of dirt around the edges, though. My fingers still feel a little sticky. Some powerful stick on that Jak and Daxter. Alright, let's get some of the sticker residue off the front. some of the other dirt. Not too bad. I think that got the stick off. There's a little sort of dirt on the label, but I mean, it's not immediately apparent. Did anyone ever say if they've got a good trick for cleaning the labels? I think Game Dave uses something called Undo instead of Goo Gone, which, I mean, I know Goo Gone is definitely not safe to put on a label. I want to say Undo might be okay, but I would still be super paranoid. And them ridges, not gonna get them perfect, but that's okay. You don't really see the dirt and the ridges at a glance, I feel. Yeah, decent $50 haul. Alright. By the way, I totally forgot. I would have used this when I did my Periscope the other day if I'd remembered. I bought a sort of mount for putting your cell phone on top of your camera because I thought I might need to use it as a monitor. It was like $10. And I realized, hey, I can put that on my tripod. So I've got my phone on my tripod. So that kind of works. Alright, AVS, let's hook this back up. I hooked up the other day I hooked up where my PS4 is, and I have my phone plugged in because it's not too far off from dying. I did have it plugged up where my PS4 is, but my PS4 is back there now, so let's use the HDMI that came with it. Apparently, you know, I still think that this whole, you know, powering stuff by purely from a USB port is a little newfangled for me. But it says in the AVS instruction manual that you can just plug it straight into USB port on your TV. I guess that's not surprising, but it still seems weird to me. I'm just going to plug this into the Framemeister HDMI in just for convenience. And I'm going to have it pass through so it doesn't process it. It's just a convenient way to route the signal. Let's see, where's the USB that came with it? Oh, is that, might have left it plugged in. I probably did. Back here, somewhere, maybe? Oh, here it is. It's long enough. Don't need to test that TV USB port yet. I've never plugged anything into my TV USB port. NES controller here. Always have an NES controller on the floor. me switch cameras here. Go. Look at that. It's just like real streaming. Yeah? What about plugging through an iPhone wall adapter? Is that a good power supply for the AVS? I don't know. I mean, I assume you could probably use any of those USB. I mean, it takes a USB mini in. I think that's what, Type B. Is that what you call it? I assume you can use any power plug adapter for it. Did that say 720p on the Framemeister there? It is. I don't remember saying it for 720p. Let's fix that. I mean, of course the AVS is 720p, but I just want the Framemeister set the way I want it. I'll make sure the HDMI pass-through is on. For input 2 is off. But the AVS, I mean, it comes with a power plug adapter. It even comes with an HDMI cord, so no worries there. Let's start with Wizards and Warriors. There it is. I was reading the manual last night, and I'm going to turn the extra sprites off because I'm a little paranoid about using that as a general rule, I guess. Let's turn the scan lines on. I haven't really given those a serious try yet. I don't know if that comes across on on the Periscope at all. Probably not really. I think this pixel aspect looked good to my eye, but I'll do some more rigorous testing later. Let's see. I did also read that there is a you can do a menu combination that looks like, I guess, A, B, and select. Your okay. What about left select and B? That sounds a little better. Apparently that takes you back to the AVS menu, but it will reset the game, which is a bit of a shame, but that's the price you pay for the thing running as close to an NES as possible, I guess. You can even set a code for cheats on, off. I ain't too into that. I ain't no cheater. Let's see. Autoplay. Let's try that feature. I think that instead of going to the menu, that'll just boot up the game, so it'll feel even more like you're playing it on a real NES, which is cool. Here we go. I'm going to turn up the volume a bit so you can hear if it drops out, because like I said, there's supposedly a incompatibility of sorts with Samsung TVs, where the sound is a little buggy on Samsung TVs. At least right now it is. I'm seeing some heavy ghosting on my camera, but rest assured it does not look that way on my TV. Actually, these scan lines look really good at a glance. Man, that sounds very Donkey Kong Country. It's been so long since I played this, I couldn't really tell you, if the color looks accurate. I noticed that some colors looked a little dark, like some of the browns looked a little dark in the games I was initially testing. This game's just got weird to me. Anyone a fan of the second or third game? I haven't played them. Unique music. They're just kind of weird games to me. I'm not like a huge fan, but you know, I guess I forgot that you can just kind of hit things by jumping. If you hit with your sword, like this game, like when you die and when you game over, there's like no real death penalty. I don't know. You probably lose your points or something, but I mean, who cares about points? Well, except maybe there is a point to points now, because if you are powering your AVS, I haven't tried it yet, but if you're powering your AVS via USB, you can connect, or via your computer's USB, I should say. You can have your high scores uploaded to the retro USB servers. I ain't much of a high score sort. The only time I was really interested in high scores is when I bought Sin and Punishment Star Successor day one, and no one else was on the leaderboards. So I played some of the early levels a few times just so I could take a picture of me actually being at the top of the leaderboard. What a weird game. Oh, thou hast discovered Dagger of Throwing. Oh, look at it go. Was that the invincibility music? Somehow I'm invincible, I think. Right? Or is that the music just being like the scene? I don't think I've heard the music drop out yet. I also need to check if there's firmware updates for it. So I'm going to... hold on. Well, let's test the... Oh, whoa! Got a little glitchiness here. I mean, I think in some ways that proves the authenticity, right? Let me sort of resync the cart. Whoa! Looks like pretty believable NES corruption there. I have a little bit of trouble getting the NES carts in and out. There we go. I wanted to try the left select and B. And there you go, back to the menu. That's cool. Alright, let's try Turtles. There it is. Oh, that's a pretty good looking opening. Yeah, I could see using that as a background in the future. I feel like the scan lines may not be perfectly even. Oh, look at that waviness. Oh, I forgot about the cowbunga when you start. I'll go Leo tonight. I feel like the spacing of the scan lines may not be totally even, but it's hard to notice. Here, let me see. I don't have much room, wiggle room here. Can you see the scan lines a little bit? Yeah, you can see them a little bit, I think. Looks pretty nice. I'm going to go back to the menu. Let's, vertical border. I don't know if that's just a... I don't think that's actually resizing anything. I saw that there is... let's see. Let's not hide the side. I don't know if this is a game that really has a prominent side. apparently there's an option for like expanding the background color to the border, which sounds kind of interesting. In other words, like in Mario, the sky, the sky color would be expand to the whole screen. Sounds interesting. Let's go, Mike. I can see a little of the over here. See the edge, because I didn't have the. I guess I didn't have the border hid. Here, let's see what happens if we go back to the menu and left side hide. Like I said, it is going to reset the game. And of course, all that blur you see is just my phone being not great, I guess. It definitely looks pretty crisp. Yep, that border is gone. And just to check my TV, is indeed 720p. I don't know what the Analog NT Mini is supposed to be. What is in the way of the camera lens there? Oh, it's... Sorry about that. That's part of the thing that is holding the camera. Let's see if I can move it over a little bit. There we go. I haven't heard any audio issues yet tonight. See, there's that. Taking my health. The health meter's cropped out of the window of the stream. We tested the other day, you see all when these foot soldiers go in front of me, there's some sprite flicker. And we did test the extra sprites, which increases the limit of how many sprites can be on a scan line, which reduced the flicker. It did say in the manual that some games rely on that sprite limit, so I am wondering if it could potentially screw with like enemy spawning behavior or something like that. If you have that option turned on. I'm using my special attack all over the place because I'm not really playing seriously here. Now, this is a good game, though. I just get so mad about the fact that they made A and B hurt you. It's like, come on. Just let me do it if I want to. Like, they made A and B cooler, and then they made it hurt you. Yeah, no audio issues tonight. Watch me never be able to replicate it. Because I definitely want to mention it in the video. So far, though, definitely impressed with the AVS. I guess if I remember right, once you're down to 1 bar of health, you can just use your A and B endlessly. Let's go down in a blaze of glory, Donnie. Oh, those are gonna fall. Ha! Oh, oh. All right, well, thanks everyone for watching. And, me and Coury were talking, we should make more of a habit of doing these Periscopes. I think it's just a fun, easy thing to do if we have something interesting to show. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll get this episode out pretty soon. We would definitely like to get it out like before the units ship. It's just kind of cool to have something, a video out on something before release. Yeah. Look forward to it. We'll see you some other time.
I wonder if they can hear me.
Well, we'll see. We'll find out once people start joining. Oh, we've got 2 people joining.
Oh, I should so I'm just...
Hey, so Coury, I just got home a few minutes ago. Coury has joined us via Skype. Coury was thinking about doing this last...
Can they see me right now?
No, they cannot see you.
I wonder if you could adjust it so that you could see me on the computer screen.
There's, yeah, there he is. There's Coury on Skype.
Hi.
Can you all hear?
I'm seeing it from both angles. I have the, oh, yeah, well, you can't do it, I guess. Don't know if you can make it sideways so that people can see me on the stream and also you.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Well, the thing is, I want to be able to show you the stuff, too.
Right, oh, yeah. Okay.
On the webcam. So
yep, that's fine.
I have the camera sort of near my webcam. So can people hear Coury okay? Out of curiosity?
Yeah. I'm here.
Is he coming through? He's just coming out over my speakers. Can mostly hear Coury. Okay, so I spent more money today than I intended to. So I guess at some point the Periscope just cut off when I was in the grid. It seemed like. Were you watching it?
I watched it when you first kind of went in.
Yeah, I think at some point it just died because I looked at my phone and it was kind of frozen.
Oh yeah.
So, but I hung around a little while, and they have a buy 2 get 1 for everything, for every game, for games.
Okay, so that's why.
Yeah.
Is that why you today?
No. Kind of because they had it last time I was there, and I thought they would probably still have it. Like, the main reason I went is because I wanted to go to Save Point because I was convinced they would have an original model Game Boy, and they didn't.
Yeah.
But I learned though, and I saw some people in Periscope saying it earlier. Vertical lines are apparently really easy to fix, and I was talking to the guys at Save Point. They said, "Oh, we fixed that here." They said it's like so easy. All you have to do is take a soldering iron, warm up the connector pins just a bit, and then it works. So I'm going to do some research on that, and because that sounds like so easy. If it really is that easy, that it might be safe for a total newbie to do it. I mean, the Game Boy is useless in its current state. So it's worth a try. I mean, soldering irons are pretty cheap, right? It would be a good entry point for me, and then It'd be a good thing to show in the video, too, because it's about Game Boy video quality, and it'd be good to show, like, how you can fix an issue. They said that horizontal lines are much tougher to fix, though.
Oh, okay.
Don't keep the soldering iron on too long. That's the only risk. Yeah, I mean, and an issue I was noticing, I was testing out my Game Boy Pocket earlier, and I noticed it's got some vertical lines that, like, if there's like a darker object on screen, sometimes you can sort of see like this ghost go upwards. I don't know if that's like a similar issue. I don't remember that at all, but I was testing it out. But anyway, I was shocked. I went to 3 stores and no one had an original model Game Boy. Like, I was just convinced that someone would have one and it'd be, you know, $20 or less. No one had one. But anyway, guess what? I didn't go out. I didn't buy what I meant to buy, but I spent a whole lot of money anyway. So this is from the Grid.
I mean, I know you got a bunch of stuff, but you got some stuff. But do you think you got as good of a deal as I got yesterday?
No. Well, I got one kind of Megaton deal.
Okay, I didn't have any Megatons.
You didn't have any Megatons. I had a bit of a Megaton, which will be coming up. It's not from the Grid with the Megaton, but I went to the Grid first, so I'll show the Grid first. They had buy 2 get 1. I couldn't find 6 games. I found 4 games I wanted. And I sort of found maybe a 5th, but I couldn't decide on a 6th. And I thought, I don't want to spend that much money. So I bought 4 games, even though, you know, I couldn't get the deal twice. First thing I grabbed was the Wii version of Resident Evil 1. Because, you know, I never really thought about it that much until I, you know, got my PVM 20L5. You know, this has 480p and the GameCube version doesn't.
Yeah, I have that version.
So, you know, $10.
Yeah, the thing, I have that and I have the Zero version.
And it's in, like, mint condition, at least the cases.
Yeah, it's good to have. I mean, it's just exactly the same as the game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, realistically, I'm not going...
Your Resident Evil collection is, like, enormous now.
Huh?
Your Resident Evil collection is, like, out of control.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, you know, and honestly, I'm not very likely to play that version seriously. Like, I'll probably play the PS4 version. I already played through the PS4 version once. But, it's a good thing to have because it's got 480i. And you can play it with a GameCube controller. But I want to try the Wii controls. Why not? I think it's just waggle to knife.
Yeah, watch out. Like, you're spoiling things. Like, on this Periscope, I can see you, like... I grabbed Dreamcast version of Rayman 2. It has the EV Electronics Geek sticker on it. You got to keep that on there. $29.99.
Yeah, yeah. It was $16 though.
The best version.
I think it is the best version. It apparently runs at like 60 frames. It was $16, which was the highest priced game I bought there. And I looked online before I grabbed it. It looks like going price is like $20, so it was a good deal. I later saw a copy at Save Point for $20, so $16 I think was a smart choice. There's a little faint writing on the front part of the spine, but otherwise it appears to be in really good shape. I can probably get that off. I grabbed Greatest Hits, Fable, Lost Chapters, which I played through this on PC. Yeah. I liked it. I didn't think it was like...
Just like not only do they have platinum hits, but that is a best of the platinum hits.
Best of platinum hits!
So it's technically like a greatest hits of the greatest hits.
That's great. You know, I thought this game was okay. You know, kind of the nicest thing about it is it's like not that long.
You were kind of reminded about it when you saw that I had it.
Yeah, and I thought about buying a copy at your place, but it wasn't a good deal. Unfortunately, the sad thing is this is a good deal. I mean, it was $8, but this was my free one.
Yeah, let me grab mine. I want to see if mine says best of on it.
Best of Platinum Hits. I feel like I got the best version of all, if it's the best of Platinum Hits. I guess it's got to be the best version, right? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, honestly, look at. I mean, yours says best of. Mine just says
platinum hits. Well, I'm. That's pretty amazing.
So that had to have been what they did.
So then I grabbed one more thing, which was Half-Life 2. Or not Half-Life 2. Half-Life.
Yeah.
I've been wanting this for a long time just because I just want a physical console version of this game. And it's in like, I mean, it's $15, but that's like what I've seen it for everywhere. And this feels like a $5 game or a $6 game. But apparently it's semi-valuable. And like there's a little roughing up of the paper at the top. But inside, like the manual looks untouched. The disc looks untouched. So I was like, I'll go for it. I'll go for it.
Right. Somebody in the chat said, "What about the orange box?" This is the first one. Only part 2 is on.
Right. And I got orange box for $360 not long ago.
You know, a lot of people forget. I think that Half-Life even came out on the PS2.
Yeah.
I don't think any other version. There's going to be a Dreamcast version that was canceled.
Mm-hmm. Which would, I would say that'd probably be the best version, but one analog stick, probably not.
Right. I wonder how it controls.
Yeah. So this is my sack from.
I see a Master System.
This is my stack from Save Point. They had, so I didn't realize this. Save Point is doing their 4-year birthday or anniversary or whatever you want to call it, and everything is 20% off today.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe the whole weekend. I'm not sure. Everything store-wide 20% off. They also had buy one, get one on Genesis and original Xbox, but I didn't... Or maybe it was buy two, get one. I don't know. I didn't get any for those systems, though. I got three Game Boy cases. I got a Master System controller.
Oh, yes.
But they had them in the back. I asked if they had them because with my Power Base Mini FM, I don't know if this is something that would happen on other Power Bases. I assume so. I mean, this isn't in like amazing condition, but I just need one.
You're saying Wonder Boy doesn't work?
Wonder Boy doesn't work. I played it a little bit with the controller, but every time I've tried it since, it doesn't work. It rapidly moves left and right. Like, he just stays in place. And then, it's so funny, he eventually glitches, he falls through the bottom of the screen, and then he just falls top to bottom continuously. Forever. So anyway, $10 Master System controller, and 20% off the top of that. Got Wario Land 3 and Game & Watch Gallery 2. Wario Land was...
So Wario Land 3 is... So I got Wario Land 2, which was a Game Boy.
Yours is... We both got recently the Game Boy Color Enhanced version, which is playable on both...
okay, so then, okay. Yeah.
It's playable on both, but it's like overhauled for Game Boy Color. But Wario Land was $10, and this was, I think, $5 or $6. And
so the Game & Watch Gallery, is that like something, because there was a whole bunch of them at the place I was at last night, and I was like, oh, it'd be cool to have, but I had the Game & Watch, the DS one, so you could get through Club Nintendo.
But they don't have the modern versions on them, right?
Right.
Oh, you should get the Game Boy ones. They're super fun.
Okay.
That and like the only one I've never played is Game & Watch Gallery 3. I used to have both of these games, and I've finished both of them. The ones that have like Mario characters on them, there's like modern versions and classic versions, and the modern versions are so much more fun than the classic versions. Like the gameplay is tweaked just a little bit, and they're just so much more fun. I highly recommend them.
That's my next one there.
Yeah. My favorite games, Manhole is only in Game & Watch Gallery 1. Chef is in 2 and 4, but I think you have to unlock it in 4. 4 is on the Game Boy Advance.
And then Fire is in 1 and 4. And Parachute is in this. Parachute's also pretty good. But the modern versions are so much fun. Like, they're just high score games, but they're like my favorite, like, just like high score type of games. Like, I just think they're really fun.
Cool.
And these were two of the games I really wanted to have back in my possession before doing the Game Boy episode, so I'm glad I found them. I really wanted to find Mario World and Yoshi's Island for the Game Boy Advance, and Save Point did have them, but they were both in really rough shape, so I didn't buy them.
There was one last night that I saw, Yoshi's Island for the Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, I really want Mario World because I'm borrowing a Revo for the Game Boy episode, and the flash cart that comes with it, I booted up Mario World on it last night because I just thought, Mario World, I know what that game's supposed to look like, and it'll be easy for me to see, if there's any issues with the scaling or anything like that. And the sky isn't there; it's black. And I was curious: is that an issue with the flash cart, or would it do that same thing if I used a real cart? So I would like to. I'd like to find one. I got a second copy of Stunt Race FX because it was $10. I don't know, that's not like an amazing deal, I don't think. But
you got a second copy?
Well, mine doesn't work very well. Of all my Super Nintendo games, it takes a lot of work to get it working.
Okay.
So, I mean, even when it's perfectly clean, even when it's perfectly clean, it just doesn't. And I really like this game. I know it's not very popular, but the only thing I don't like about it is that the AI is really annoying, because you can be in last place, or you can be in first place. I mean, you can be in first place, and all of the all the racers behind you, and you can still run out of time. You cannot get to the checkpoint in time being in first place, which I think is stupid. But, I feel sure, it's a low frame rate game, but I feel like the courses are well designed. The music is a lot of fun. I just think it's a really good game, and it's always frustrating every time I try to put it in my system because it just doesn't work.
So you're going to swap out the shell of your original copy?
Well, it depends on which one's in better shape. I kind of forget what mine looks like. This one's in pretty good shape. I thought about it, though. I got a good copy of Aladdin. $18, and I feel like this is a game I want to spend a lot less than that on, but this is...
It's a Shinji Mikami game.
Is it really?
Yeah, he directed it.
Wow. I mean, it's a great game. And I, again, used to have it. And I'd been meaning to get it again for a long time. $18, and if I saw it, since I saw it on a 20% off day, I was like, okay, now's the time,
Yeah.
Because I don't know why it's that expensive, because I figure it's really common. And I also finally got a copy of Maniac Mansion.
And you were looking at that when you were here.
I was, there's always some sort of junk on the label, because it's a white label. And there's always something on it. And I've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. And I really wanted to find just the right copy.
Right.
It was $20, which, I think you can see it for a little less than that sometimes. But, on a 20% off day, $20, good looking cart. I'm like, okay, now's the time. So this is actually the only game that I bought that I've never played. Are you ready for this? This is the Megaton.
There it is.
I got Original Phantasy Star. This was marked for $60. $60. This is always around $100.
Does it have a manual?
It does not have a manual. But, I mean, the cartridge is in pretty good shape.
Mm-hmm. That's why. I mean, it's...
Cartridge is in pretty good shape. Like, but here's the thing. They had a cart only that was marked for like 50 or 55.
Okay, so, yeah.
Like, you know, there's a tiny bit of dirt right there I can clean off. The front cover of this is peeling back a little bit, but it's like not a big deal.
No, I mean, it's been enjoyed.
Yeah, I mean, this is a...
Just like mine, how you can tell it's been enjoyed.
Yeah, like it's overall, like the case is overall in really good shape. The cart's in good shape. $60 and another 20% off of that. It's like this is the time.
Yeah,
like that's a killer deal. I feel because you usually see this for like best $90,
which is like only slightly more expensive than it was when it came out.
Yeah, so I'm really so this is my second Master System game. So
I think I mean in terms of like what you have on the Master System, like that and Wonder Boy.
This is like my biggest ones. I really want Psycho Fox because I played it on your EverDrive and I liked it.
Right.
I want that. I'm sure I'll come up with a few others, but this is like the key. So I'm really excited to have this because once I get Phantasy Star 3, I'll have 1 through 4.
Yeah, and is your 4? Is it have a box?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're gonna have like the whole series then.
Yeah. So it's gonna be awesome.
That.
So I'm really like that's a great deal. $60 and another 20% off of that. Like I'm okay with no.
How much are you buying the third one for?
Huh?
How much are you buying the third one for?
I don't know. I was talking to someone, but I haven't heard back. Okay, and so then I went.
That's not it.
That's not it. I went to The Last Word, which is a nothing really exciting in here. It's like, gosh, I thought like once the price rang up, I'm like, oh my gosh, like why? Because everything was like $15 at most, $12, $15, $10 things. It's like it adds up. And it's like, ugh. So I got another Xbox One S green controller. Same one I have, but it was $12. It doesn't have the actual connector, but it's like I just wanted to have a backup original Xbox controller. You know.
I mean, it's no Duke.
I just wanted. I mean, this is the exact same controller I already have, but I just
want that see through like that.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get another color, but I saw this and it's like this is my favorite color of the original Xbox controllers. So I thought it'll be just good to have. It'll be just good to have one for for the long term. I feel $12 is a good deal for it. I got Mario versus Donkey Kong for the GBA.
Oh, nice.
$12. Which again, game I used to have, game I beat. Shouldn't have sold it. I think the reason I sold it is because the original Game Boy Donkey Kong 94 is just a much better game.
Yeah.
But it's still a great game. I don't even know if this is an okay deal. Probably not that great, but I mean, it looks clean. I got a PS1 memory card for $10. I need one. Like, it was kind of just an impulse buy. Because, like, I need another one. So I just got it. Then I almost bought this.
How many PS1 memory cards do you have?
Only 2.
Okay.
I used to have 3. I used to have a gray one just like that.
You need one for your Japanese system.
Yeah, that's kind of what I want it for. I kind of just want one to keep in there. I got WarioWare Touched. I used to have. It was only $15. It's in great shape. One reason it's good to have this is it's good for making comparison with the Wii U Virtual Console version.
Right.
And I feel like it's interesting because I think of there's not a lot of Virtual Console DS games that I can think of anyway that make like as heavy use of the touchscreen as this does. So it's a good comparison game. The WarioWare games have like really bold outlines on the characters, so they make good comparisons. And I do want to do an episode on like DS and 3DS and stuff like that eventually. So good thing to have again. And then I got a really good looking Alan Wake for
finally
for $12.
Now you're confirmed that there's no complete.
Yeah, I can't believe there's no complete. I'm so sad that there's no American Nightmare on disc because I really liked American Nightmare. I played these games on.
That's not on there. I just wanted the 2 extra chapters from the main game.
Yeah, those aren't very good anyway. American Nightmare.
But they kind of like complete the story.
Yeah, in a way. They were frustrating though, especially because I played them like a long time after I beat the game, and I like kind of forgot how to play. And they're definitely kind of, I think, more of a challenge sort of thing.
Yeah.
So this is in really good shape. Like all of the disc games I bought today were in really good shape. I almost bought, Goodwill. The Grid had Mario Golf Toadstool Tour for $11 or $12, but the case was in pretty dirty shape, so I didn't buy it.
That's the one I just got, right?
Yeah, it's good. I like the N64 version the best, but I'd like to have it again. So anyway, that's what I bought today. I spent too much money. And I didn't find the Game Boy I was hoping to find, but...
You spent more than $75? Obviously you did.
Yeah. It was a lot. Yeah, I mean, just the Phantasy Star alone was close enough to what you spent. But still, like, that was a good deal. Like, that was the Phantasy Star. That was
that for a long time.
That was the copy of Phantasy Star I've been waiting for. Yeah. So I'm glad I got it. I'm going to do a little more research into the Game Boy vertical lines fix. Anyone got any recommendations for fixing, or not? Well, anyone got any recommendations for choosing a soldering iron? Like, I don't need to spend that much money on it, right? And another thing, before I get off here, what was it? There was something. I lost it. There was something I meant to ask. Something I meant to ask earlier. Oh, right. So someone linked us, and I can't remember if it was on Twitter or YouTube messages. Someone linked us a while back about some work people had done to get Game Boy games to work through the N64's transfer pack to get other games other than, like, you can... I think you're basically using the emulator that is in Pokemon Stadium or Pokemon Stadium 2 to play other Game Boy games other than the Pokemon games. Right. And I tried doing some Google search. I couldn't find it in our messages or anything. I couldn't find it really doing a Google search. Like, there was a lot of people like speculating about it in what I was finding online, but it was like older stuff. And I think this was a pretty recent thing that we were linked to. I found something about someone saying that they like edited some ROMs, like edited the ROM header and then like padded the size of the ROM to make it think it was Pokemon Blue. But I feel like that wasn't what I was reading about. It definitely wasn't the same article. So if anyone has a good link to information on that, that's something we would like to at least mention for the Game Boy episode. So link us to any information on that. At the last word, the bookstore, I almost bought a copy of Pokemon Stadium 2, but I was like, no, I just can't do it. I'm spending too much money because it's expensive. It's like $40. I don't even want it, but I'll find a way to show that stuff. If I need to do it before the Game Boy episode is over.
Yeah, transfer pack. I mean, I could do it with my... Well, you know, you might have a thing coming.
A thing coming. Oh yeah. Well, I know. So that was what I was thinking about. So we'll see. We'll see. I might be able to get by without it, or I might need a cart. It was like $40, and I was like, well, if I don't want it, then I can just as soon as the episode's done, I can sell it. But it's also kind of like, no, I know me. I'm probably going to think, well, but what if I need it in the future and I'm not going to sell it and get my money back? So I thought $40, I just couldn't justify it right now. So anyway, that's what I got. Did not expect to spend that much money, but I also didn't expect to get a really good deal on Phantasy Star, so...
Whatever.
So thanks for watching. Hopefully everyone has had a chance to see the new episode. I've been out all day, so I haven't really had a chance to see the feedback. Coury edited it, so you've been paying attention to how it's been doing.
Yeah, well, kind of. I started Rise of the Tomb Raider today.
Oh! Yeah, that's right.
I'm just kind of taking a break from sitting in front of one screen to sit in front of another.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks everyone for watching, and...
Yep. Catch you later. Is that it?
This might take a little work.
Last name?
Duddleson?
Duddleson. Gotcha.
All right, thank you. In some ways, this box is a little smaller than I thought it might be. Of course, I know what size the inside should be, pretty much. So, let's see what's inside, I guess. How am I going to get it on the other side of the couch? Oof. So, someone came to, someone mentioned, I forget exactly how it all started, but someone mentioned to me and Coury on Twitter something about that they just got like 4 Sony PVM-20L5s, which is the one that Coury has, or at least the first one that he got, which is kind of like, I guess, one of the most sought after ones. You know, in terms of the PVM line. You know, obviously there's BVMs and stuff like that, but the 20L5 is, it's kind of, for me, probably the end game. Because it does 480p, which was a big thing, and this one comes with, the one that he shipped me
He got me a decent deal on it. I mean, it was still a few $100s, but he got me a good deal on it. This is the kind of PVM that you can't just hope to, fall into. So, it shipped from California, which is a little concerning. The guy asked if we knew anything about shipping PVMs. We'll turn on some lights here. The guy asked us if we knew anything about shipping PVMs, and we said, or CRTs in general, and we said no. And he asked around, got some information. He said that the general consensus was to ship them face down. Of course, there's no guarantee, I guess, that it'll stay face down. This came from California. Now, here's the scary thing. The first one that he shipped out, I never heard if there was a resolution on it, but apparently it was dead on arrival, which has made me kind of nervous. I mean, this did come all the way from California. So, it's a bit of a gamble. Thankfully, I know that it was insured, so I don't know exactly what the claim process with FedEx is if this does not work out, but we're about to find out, aren't we? And I apologize, I'm not commenting on any of your comments I'm seeing pop up there because my phone is too far away and I can't really read them. Side is a little bit tough. And one of the other tips that he got, which this is how my little PVM came. This one here was to double box it, which makes sense. You can have extra layers of padding. I don't remember if I already mentioned this, but this one has an SDI card in it, which is pretty awesome. SDI is basically a BNC connector, but it's a digital signal. And, it's kind of crazy to me because, you're just looking at the same kind of wire that, one by itself would be a composite video signal, but you can send a digital signal through it that, is... it can do what HDMI can. I don't know if it literally can do everything HDMI can. Maybe it can do more than HDMI. I don't know. Oh, hey, look at this. There's a power cord here in case I need it. I don't. Oh, actually, I might. Because I'm going to have all these hooked up at one time. The others are not going to go to waste, Hoping this works, fingers crossed. But anyway, the SDI, so like the 20L5, 20L5, I said it can do 480p, but it also can do 1080i and 720p. So like, for example, if I got an HDMI to SDI converter, I could play something like, Vita games in 720p through the PlayStation TV on there. Crazy. Digital. Something I want to find out is, can you do 240p over SDI? If you could, the Game Boy player I'm pointing to that. On this would be insane. Now this does not come with a component expansion card, so I'm going to take the one that's in this. I'm going to take the one that's in this. Most likely, and I'm going to put in that. So I can have SDI, RGB, component, all going into this. This one I'm going to put on the other side of the room. I'm going to chain them together with BNCs. So, like Coury says, it's kind of a disease. You get
This feels like the stupidest thing I bought. Why do I need this? Yet, you know, kind of do. There definitely seems to be a lot of thick layer of padding in here. I'm going to save all this too, because packaging material is expensive, y'all. Okay. There it is. See the top. It's got a little sticky on it. Loose back. He said that some of them have a little bit of a loose back, and Coury said that his is that way too. I don't know if it's just a screwdriver that you just sort of tighten it up, but Coury says it's not a big deal. But his 20L5 has a bit of a loose back too. I don't really know what the reason for that is. Maybe something they do to it in the broadcast facilities or whatever these originate from. Oh man, it's actually almost kind of triple box. Wow, these little things on the corners, these are sturdy. This poor power cord kind of buried. Okay, I see these screws are a little bit loose here. I think we'll probably be tightened up. Okay, gotta get a game plan here. Might need to move this a bit. We can do this. Let me get this box out of the way. Y'all got to see the front of it before I did. Let's take a look here. There she is. Alright, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I don't think it'll take a whole lot of cleaning to get it clean. So, let's see here. So yeah, see how this is sort of a loose back. It's got these weird, like, don't quite look like screws. These like plasticky pegs. But I don't think it's really a problem. Coury says his is loose too, so. See, here's this SDI card. It's actually got two inputs and RCA audio output. That's interesting. And it does have an SDI out. And of course the usual array of connectors down there. So, the scary thing is making sure it works, right? So, let's see here. Before I put it up where it's going to go, let me see.
see. Where is... Actually, it's in here. Yes. Right? No? No, this isn't that. Looking for my, there we go. There we go. Let me, let me get you all see it on the old Gorilla Pod. There we go. Okay, let's let's bring more over this way. Where I've got spare plugs. Now, you know, I've heard that after traveling for a while, especially over a long distance, CRTs can be maybe a little funky. Some, you know, might have weird colors or something, and they sort of settle after a while once they get in their new location. I don't know a lot about why that might be. Okay, I guess the power button was already pressed. It's lighting up. Alright, well, it's a good sign. Let's turn it off for now, though. Let's go with NES, yeah? Let's go with the NES. Got this spare C-Sync cable, and I've got this is the cable I originally bought for my PVMs, and then I realized it wasn't really going to work that well in my setup because I wanted to go through the SCART switcher. But it's really handy to use just kind of for testing stuff or doing a quick setup if I need to, because I can just, you know, I've got this spare cable. Well, it didn't used to be a spare cable, but it is now. So makes it simple. Alright, so it lights up. That is promising. All the way from California. Into the NES. Let's see. Where's RGB? Here we go. Blue. Green. This is actually in component order on the back here. YPBPR. And sync. These have a has a Ethernet port on it. Not sure exactly what that is. Check the manufacturer. Manufacture date is October 2004. Wow, that's That's honestly newer than I thought. It's like only 12 years old. That's kind of crazy, right? Sort of hear, when I adjust the power cord, I sort of hear something funny. Like a zappy sound. I don't know about that. Alright. I don't remember what retro receiver is paired up. Here, I'll turn that on. I remember what retro receiver is paired up with this, or which controller is paired up with this retro receiver. So I'm just going to use a regular controller. All right. Now, don't know for sure if it's on the right input, or I'm not familiar with the controls on the side. This is quite a bit different from the PVMs I'm used to. There it is! There it is! Wow. No issues jumping out at me right now. There's a little, it's just a piece of dirt. Wow. I mean, I know you can't tell that much from a phone video. Yeah, get some of that cleaned off, but looks really good. Looks really good. I'm trying to get in a good place for you to see. Looks super, super good. No obvious issues. So that is a relief. That is a relief. Offhand, geometry looks great. I would need to look at a little more of the 240p test suite, or maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I don't want to know. He had the 240p test suite running on some pictures he sent. He had all four of them in a grid, sort of, with the 240p test suite on them, and I look good. The color and the sharpness is just great. Like, it's definitely a step up in sharpness and just crispness in general. From the I think it's the what I got. The other big one I got is the 20 M2U, I think is the number on it, and which is more of a, I mean, it's a medical monitor. This is more broadcast style, I think, and it looks great. But I could already do this. I could already play 240p in very good quality on my other PVM. So it's time to see what 480p on a PVM looks like. I'll let y'all sit in my main seat there. I'm editing something for work in the background there. Got my. Is this weird? People tell me this is weird. Like, I didn't think that was a Southern thing, but I guess it's a Southern thing. Drinking out of jelly jars? Is that Southern? I thought that was just universal. Never seemed weird to me. I don't like sweet tea, so I guess I lose my Southern club card or whatever. Alright, well, since it works, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and put it in the main location. And because it'll be a lot easier to test component on it that way. And actually, I guess I should go ahead and swap the cards. I don't know anything about swapping the cards. I assume it's just, I assume you don't really need to look anything up. You just unscrew, and this does have an extra expansion slot, right? Oh, maybe not actually. Because this actually takes up 2 slots. Might have to rethink what I'm doing in those terms. Oh wow. I don't know, I guess the pad was sticky and it took off a little bit of this surface with it. Weird. Whatever. It's gonna be a PVM sitting on it. Let's see here. So on the back of this one here, I'm gonna flip that camera around so I can see. On the back of this one here, this has the component expansion card in it. And you can see there are 2 distinct slots, and there's kind of, I guess this is just kind of like a blank slot. But on the 20L5, unfortunately, this SDI card is kind of a double wide. So I might not be able to do quite what I had hoped. The SCI thing is really more out of curiosity. I don't have an immediate need for it. It was just kind of a cool bonus. And of course, these expansion cards are a little expensive, so I mean, it's basically a free bonus. But to be honest, I think that the component card will be in the 20L5 will be more useful in an everyday sort of sense. So I will probably put that in here anyway. And I'll just use this SDI card kind of as needed, I guess. That's a little disappointing. I'm going to have to do it that way. But it definitely makes the most sense, unless, I mean, I guess I could convert my component output to SDI. I don't know if there'd be a disadvantage to that. I'm trying to think. I mean, off the top of my head, there wouldn't really be. I mean, I'm not going to be playing light gun games. I don't know if there might be a little lag doing that. I'll look into it. But I can't do that right now. So, let's see what we can do here. As far as I know, these cards are plug and play. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. Coury has a little more experience with them than I do. By which I mean he has experience and I have none. Well, I guess it's not true to say I have none because I did hook up a component into the other one. Let me get a screwdriver. I'm going to have to get these Phillips heads ones off. RGB cables out. I have no idea what happened to my favorite screwdriver. I haven't been able to find it lately. It was weird because I don't normally lose things. Oh man, that's... There we go. This looks pretty good. I just don't have an immediate use for the SDI, but it's just... It's such a good thing just to have my hands on, you know? I'm just disappointed it takes up 2 slots. I wasn't expecting that. But it's going to be great for experimenting with stuff later. And hey, like I say, maybe later I can do component to SDI. I mean, it does have 2 inputs. I assume I can select. That's probably why it's double wide. That's probably why it's double wide, because it's got the 2 inputs. Even though it doesn't physically take up that much space, that's probably why. So I could, in theory, have my component output convert to SDI, you know, if there's something that can do a good job of that. And then I could just have a pure, one of my HDMI splitters go pure SDI. Come on. There we go. There's definitely possibilities here, but for now, what I really need is component. I need to do like a extra power button press fully discharged or something. Let's see what we got here. Okay, this is just kind of a front plate, huh? I guess. Alright. It's like just sort of like the plate that goes in the back of your computer for your ports. Really, it's very much just kind of like a expansion slot. Like a PCI card or something. Wow. This is heavy duty. Actually, it's not that heavy. It's actually very lightweight. Feels cheaper than you think, to be honest. Neat, though. That's neat. Wow, it's very shiny. Look how shiny that is. It's super shiny. Look at you guys on the Gorilla Pod right there. Neat. It's got like this long connector here. So what I'm seeing inside here, let me let's see, can I turn on my light? I'm afraid if I back out of here it will, you probably can't see in there very well, but it actually looks to me, I'm afraid if I turn on my light it'll stop the broadcast. It actually looks like there's only save for that. So let's get the component out of this screwdriver. Those are in there pretty good. I might need to I just have a flathead screwdriver doohickey. I'm super happy with how good it looks. I'm so glad it works. So glad it works. See, you know, the great thing about this 20M2U here, the medical warehouse that me and Coury grabbed these at, some of these had cards and some of them didn't, but they were all selling all PVMs for $100. And they just had no clue that these with the cards were so much more valuable. Let me make sure, I'll need to do like an extra discharge on this one. You're really accessing anything dangerous here. Now this one has a more sort of fully finished inside. I can't really see how I'm holding the camera there, but just all you can really see is the connector. And here is, actually, I didn't have to unscrew the Phillips heads, so I guess they weren't really fully in there. Oh, look how freaking shiny these are! Like, oh my gosh! It's insane how shiny these are. Crazy. I've never seen such shiny metal on consumer electronics. Well, no, it's not consumer electronics. It's so freaking shiny. Alright, cool. So, let's take this. Here's the blank. Yeah, both of these really actually only have plugs for one. They only have one connector in there, even though these slots are double wide. It's kind of weird. Thankfully, these are not hard to move. But the most difficult thing would be getting it out of its position once I get it in there. I guess this can go either way. I guess I can put the SDI one in the other PVM. There's no reason for it because it can only do 480i. I kind of just don't want to leave the back open like that on that one. I don't have anything to cover it with, really, without putting that in. That's not important right now, I don't guess. Let me try to get these screws sort of screwed in. I don't like these screwdrivers. I can never figure out which way to turn it. Actually, I don't think there's any screwing in of these black ones. I think it's good as is. All right. Let's get it in position. Let's see, how can I get y'all positioned here? Okay. Get this PVM out of the way. Pure. My speaker fell. My other speaker fell. Oh, that's not important right now. All right, component. Little adapters. Wait, I think I skipped a slot. There we go. Let's hope I've got those in. Those RCA to BNCs can be a little bit of a looser fit. All right, here we go. Let's use the old GameCube. GameCube is number 1 on the component switcher. Oh, I need to plug the power in. That would help. All right. And let's see, option A, I believe. This component, I don't know if it's set for YPBPR or not, but we're going to see. Oh, there it is. 480i right now, of course. Would you like progressive scan mode? Of course I want progressive scan mode. I think the switch happens there. Oh, I heard it. I heard it. Of course, this is FMV right there, so it looks compressed. Wow, there it is. Progressive scan. It's interesting. Like looking at Mario down here, like he almost looks like really pixelated around the edges. Like the text here looks so smooth, almost HD. You can look at Mario here. I don't know if it's really going to focus. It's really not focusing. But, you know, you can see a lot of real pixelated edges around him. Which, you know, is fine. But it's just interesting. It's probably the way anti-aliasing. Actually, I mean, it looks like, really, like seeing this is like, I mean, by far the sharpest I've ever seen this game. Other than like seeing like emulator screenshots or something. But like this really kind of drives home, I think, that the Framemeister isn't really showing you the details for 480p in quite the correct way. Because I never like really thought that much about like anti-aliasing techniques on the GameCube. You can kind of see here, well, not there, but I can see here in person. You know, just kind of the edges a lot more clearly. Of course, if you sit back, you don't really see that. I really want to see how 720p looks, but I don't want to bother hooking that up right now. This is it. This is it. Finally got PVM with 480p. Kind of crazy. Finally got it. I kind of gave up. I did kind of give up. I was nervous about this because, you know, the guy said that the first one he sent ended up being dead on arrival, so I was kind of scared, but here it is. Here it is. Looks great. Of course, you can't have a good round of 480p testing without testing the ultimate 480p game. I just kind of wanted to test Mario because, I don't know, that's kind of just my go-to GameCube test game. I really like how it looks. Like Mario Sunshine has like this quasi cel shaded look to it. I mean, I guess it kind of is cel shaded, but it's not like full on cel shading like Wind Waker. The one GameCube game other than Animal Crossing that has to be on its own memory card. Yeah, I want progressive scan mode. I think I may have changed my settings to 4:3 here. Or did I? No, those look like 16:9, so press that 16:9 button. Wow. You can see a little, I remember seeing, well, I think this is like this on my other PVM. You can see like a little red, green, and blue line at the very top, kind of in the overscan area when you're using widescreen. Wow, it sure looks crisp though. Man, that looks pretty insane. All about little wyvern in this one. The text, the text on the character names in this game just looks really bad, no matter what you're viewing it on. Though it certainly looks clearer here than anything else I've seen. Yeah, like all of those racers, like it looks super good. I wonder, I'd be really curious to see what a GameCube game with like really high quality anti-aliasing looks. Well, like I mean, my mind's kind of stuck on GameCube here, but I could try like Conker's Conker Live and Reload has like super high quality anti-aliasing. I bet that would look amazing on here. My component cables are not the best for Xbox. Coury actually got me. By the way, Xbox component cables, if you're interested in them, if you need them, or if you think you might one day have an original Xbox and might want them, keep an eye out for the official Xbox component cables, because they are said to be a lot better than any of the cheapo third-party ones, and I'll believe it, because there are some issues with mine. Mainly it's an audio thing, but I'll be curious to see if there's a visible picture quality difference as well. But yeah, those are actually kind of getting expensive, like $75+ the official ones used. And but Coury has in several occasions recently found them for quite a bit less, I guess, because people don't know that they're becoming valuable and they're selling them for less. So keep an eye out for a good deal on those if you need them, or if you think you might one day need them, just to get them. Be kind of a good idea. Coury grabbed a pair for himself a few months ago and then found another pair for me. So I'm going to visit Coury end of next week. I'm going to pick up some of the stuff he's grabbed for me. Yeah, this looks crazy. Like Coury says, like it almost in a way looks kind of HD. Like 480p does on here. It's hard to believe it's only like double 240p. Uh, 31 kilohertz. Alright, well, we've got a little setup behind the scenes to do here, I guess. I kind of moved my PlayStation consoles just a little bit, and I need to reroute my cables for the PSP Go and the PS TV. And I need to... I'm going to move my audio receiver just under the shelf that it is on, so that I can put the other PVMs on the other side. It's going to look so stupid and ridiculous when I'm all done with it. But I'm not going to have time to really get into all that today. But I'll be sure to share what it looks like in the end, because it's going to be pretty over the top. And I'm also about to explode because I don't have sound on and I can't hear the cues. Alright, well... that's fun. I will probably clean this up just a little bit. There's a few smudgy spots on it, but not much. Overall, looks like it's in really good shape. I'll get it just a little bit more set up and get the others set up on the other side over here, and maybe over the course of this week or maybe longer, whenever I get time to do it. But so glad to have this finally, and it's a relief to see it coming back working, and I don't know why I say coming back, but to see it working and all that. So trailing off here, so that means it's time to sign off. So thanks everyone for watching. It was fun getting this working in person. I think I missed the stop button. Okay. See if anyone shows up. So I looked on the Amazon product page for this Molex adapter. I saw that the black wire was going toward the full row of pins. So assuming the product photography was not incorrect, I think that should be right. Some people linked me to a video on Twitter, and the guy, it was a very long video, so I skipped ahead to the relevant part, though he didn't, there wasn't really a lot to say about it. But I noticed that the connector on the IDE adapter was kind of going in from the top. So he obviously kind of had a different one. So here's what I did. Y'all tell me if this is a bad idea. I bent the pins. Is that bad? Should I not do that? I mean, this thing is really cheap. I mean, it's not going to... If that's not okay, then this thing isn't going to work at all. I'm going to need a different one that fits. See? I just bent the pins horizontal. That's the only way I can see for this to fit. So, yay, nay, smart electronics people in here. Because like I say, if that's not okay, then I need another adapter anyway. One with the pins coming out at the top. Yeah, I mean, they don't seem to be broke. I just bent them. And they're obviously in the way. So, I mean, I think it's worth a try, right? I mean, it's not going to hurt the system. I can't see any way it would hurt the system. Right? I mean, it's just passing data to the system. Pulls power from the system. So, I mean, it's going to be tight getting that through, that wire. But I think, well, the pathway might be narrower than I thought. Yeah, I mean, I checked the polarity on the product listing. You know, the picture they had there, so assuming that's right. Okay, I'm going to go crazy and bend this more because, like I say, it's useless to me if I can't fit it to this purpose. Okay, this is pretty janky. I might get another one anyway. Now that looks inadvisable what I just did there. I mean, who knows if those pins are even quite touching? I don't even know. Does it still fit? A little bit in the way of that screw. Well, close. Is this a bad idea? Is this the worst idea? They aren't touching. They aren't touching. So I have no idea what to expect. I might get another IDE adapter. I might do that. Well, let's see what happens. Sonic Mania Collector's Edition? I don't know. Coury might get that. I'm not big enough of a Sonic fan. Also, I forgot I still need this little clampy doohickey. This is what holds the camera in place. You might notice that I just got, did I put that in backwards? I got these little, they're actually like monitor risers, like, you know, to rise up your monitor a little bit higher on your desktop. To sort of raise up the PlayStation system so they can go vertical now. See? And because I just got a Japanese PS1, the ONE, the little model. It's on its way. Hoping it works out. I've got a larger PS1, Japanese PS1 that works, but it's a little fiddly. Disk drive isn't that good. It was cheap though. And so was this PS1. It looked like it's in good shape. Got for $8 plus shipping. They clearly made up their cost in shipping. But it was still overall a great deal. So now I'm going to move the PlayStation PSP Go and the PS TV. I don't have a long enough HDMI for it right now, but I'll get that set up. And the PS2 Fat will go there. And I'll still primarily use my Slim, I think, for disc games, but, you know, can't hurt to sort of test this out a little bit. I'm going to hook up this one with component cables, which I've already done. Where'd the power cord go? It's back here somewhere. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, the main power switch is already flipped. Oops. Well, nothing's blown up yet. idea what to expect here. I've got the memory card in. Alright. Go browser. The memory card. Stuff on it. There's a bunch of EA Sports saves on it. Maybe these are some of Bob's saves, or maybe he just bought a random memory card. So supposedly this is set up in some particular way. But I don't see what I would do unless I'm supposed to copy system configuration. I forget what's even included in that. Does anyone know? Should I be seeing like a thing on this memory card? Like to launch? I mean, and for one, I don't see that hard drive thing coming up. I don't know if I should expect to see it on the browser here without having done anything with the memory card first. So is it not even making a connection there? I have no idea. And furthermore, I don't know if the SD card might need to be formatted in a particular way. So I might be a few steps away from success here. But hey, the PS2 hasn't blown up. That's always nice. Thoughts? Thoughts? If there's no thoughts, I'm going to wrap it up pretty quick here, I guess. No? No thoughts? I don't think you need a burn disk for this. I've got, well, unless you're talking about a disk, I don't know. Maybe. I've got the HD loader thing, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. Maybe I do have to have a disk burn. I don't know. I didn't really look into what I was doing before I started doing this tonight. I just thought, hey, I've got the parts, I'll put them in, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I'll research a little more. So obviously, I need to research a little more. So, yeah, I will look into that. But in the meantime, well, maybe that SD thing is working, maybe it's not. I have no idea right now. But anyway, I will let you all know the eventual status of this. But I think it's, it's pretty cool to sort of experiment with, my good old PS2 that disk drive isn't as reliable as it once was, and it just seems a good thing to start getting set up with this sort of thing for the future. I might get an extra GameCube and do something with that, and I know you can do something similar with Dreamcast, and something should be coming for Saturn, but that should be pretty trivial because I think you'll just put it in the cartridge slot. But yeah, who knows if something like that is ever going to come around eventually for Xbox 360 and PS3 and PS4 even, whatnot, but things to think about. Of course, with PS4, the disk drive hardly matters. Oh, the Saturn won't be the card slot. That would sure be nice if it would be, but that's a shame, I guess. Oh, VCD slot in the back. I am not overly familiar with the Saturn, so I don't quite know what you're talking about. But I'll assume it'll be something pretty easy anyway. Anyhow, good night, everyone. I will let you know what happens. Good morning. Just got back from Best Buy a little bit ago. Got Master Edition here. Switch. And Amiibo. The Best Buy pre-order stickers did not come off of these very well, but that's okay because I finally decided a while back that I'm not keeping Amiibo boxes anymore. Because I do open them. I open them. Now, I kept the boxes just because. I don't know why. But let's open the Switch last, I think. Actually, let's open the Amiibo first. That's, you know, that's the least exciting thing, but let's get what we know out of the way first. So I just got Zelda and Link. Didn't care too much for the Zelda riding Epona. From the looks of it, anyway. Whoa. Thing. Little twist tie in here. I've already got, let's see, technically 2 other Links if you count Wolf Link and Midna. And I've already got a Zelda. I've got Toon Link. I don't like the regular. I don't like the regular Smash Brothers Link that much. Can I make it focus better? Alright. It's pretty cool. They've definitely been doing some different things with the Zelda designs in the past 2 games. You know, the Skyward Sword Zelda was a lot different. Now here's the Breath of the Wild Zelda. She's got some sort of tablet in her hand. Perhaps a gamepad or a Switch. Could that be some sort of mechanic? I don't know. I have been trying to stay in the dark about this game. I've watched very little. The last thing I really saw was the trailer at the big Switch event. Well, all right, let's get it. The box is not in the most wonderful of shape. The Best Buy pre-order sticker sort of tore a little off here, and there was this bend here, a scratch here, but I don't care that much about the outer box for this, and this side's pretty nice, so maybe I'll face it outward that way. My preferred method for opening, I don't know if anyone else does this, but for opening these with the little circle stickers, I use a thumbtack. I sort of perforate it. That, for me, makes it a little easier to not slice the box with a cutting utensil. My tax return this year almost entirely covers Switch Plus Master Edition. So I don't feel too bad about it. This has like a double circle sticker on it. Alright, come on. There's a little triangle on top. I don't know if that's supposed to symbolize anything. It's just an empty hollow thing. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, nice. I'm excited for this, that I'm going to have this carrying case right away, because You know, I'm going to be, me and Coury are doing some My Life in Gaming travel next week. So I'm going to be traveling with the Switch a lot sooner. And I thought, wow, this has rooms for 12 games. Can't imagine I'm going to need to travel with 12 games that soon. It smells funny. It smells like new shoes, maybe? I don't know. It smells funny. But it smells new. It's a funny sort of new. Whoa! What was that clinky sound? Here's this poster thing. Something. Uh-oh. There's something. Oh. I guess that's not a big deal. The commemorative coin. The case sort of fell apart. Ew. It's got some sort of like glue stick thing that was holding it in there. I guess I can clean off. Nothing seems damaged because of it being apart. It's a nice coin. I'll display it either in this thing or I'll just take it out. I'll open up this poster later. Just seems to be a somewhat thick poster stock. I'm not sure exactly what I'll do with it. And of course, here's the CD, which, you know, this is one of my main criteria for me to buy a special edition. It has to come with a CD. And it can't be just a tiny sampler either. And this has quite a good number of tracks, it looks like, so that'll be worth it. I doubt the full soundtrack. So here's the Switch box. Wow. You know, I guess I expect it to feel more like a PSP case than it does. It's a lot thinner though, which I knew it was thinner, but if it seen it in person, it's definitely pretty thin. Yeah, it's not the full soundtrack. If they do release a full soundtrack later, I may get it. Just because I'm dumb like that. Now, I understand these cartridges taste bad. Now, I'm not going to taste one. Especially not Zelda. They don't smell funny, though. Wow, so that's... It's weird. It's a little weird. It's kind of like a Vita card, but it's thicker. It's thicker than a Vita card. And it's sort of weird, the back. Like, it's got, you know, not that many contacts. Like, it looks like they're separated off into just a few sections. But it's an interesting... I'd seen pictures, but, you know, it's interesting seeing it in person. You know, for some reason I thought these were white, not black. Am I crazy? I thought these were white. It rattles a little bit. Isn't that kind of weird? kind of like a cartridge actually does. Is that normal? Do these rattle? I've never seen like a card style thing rattle like that. Cartridge, sure. It almost really does make it feel more like going back to cartridges. I mean, this is it. We're back. Cartridges are back. I'm all about that. So then this is a big box here. I assume this must be the Master Sword thing, but it takes up this whole box. It's bigger than I thought it was. Wow, it's huge. I did not expect that it would be this big. It's heavy, too. I'm kind of scared to get it out of here. Pretty nice. That's actually pretty nice. This base is hefty. That is hefty. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Well, that's exciting. We'll have to display that somewhere nice. And, well, let me see. I'm going to put this case. I'd hope to have this place a little more cleaned up before the Switch launched, but that hasn't happened. All right, here we go. There's no circle sticker on this one. I feel like it's going to be smaller than it is in my head. And if I feel like it's smaller than it is in my head, then I guess I already feel like it's going to be small. But I don't know. I guess it opens this one. Yeah, it's smaller than I thought it was. There it is. It's right there. It is right there. Has some heft. Has some heft. Just that single USB-C on the bottom. My Coury screen protector is arriving from Amazon this afternoon, and I really want to try avoid touching the screen until that comes. We'll see what I can do. That's it. That is it. I understand the kickstand feels a little flimsy. Yeah. It don't feel great. But I understand it's supposed to come off. Maybe they can come up with someone will come up with a more sturdy one. Of course, the micro SD down there, but I don't think I'm going to need to fool with that for a while. That's it. Amazingly enough. Alright, don't touch the screen. Don't touch the screen. In a lot of ways, though, I think of the dock as being the outward face of the system. And here are the Joy-Cons. They are definitely tiny. The sticks look tiny. My hope is that I'm going to prefer the dual separated Joy-Con approach. Now these sticks definitely don't feel like they have a ton of range. It kind of feels like, really kind of feels like a Vita stick, except with a bigger surface on the top. Buttons are kind of clicky. It's a little weird holding it in this horizontal configuration with the ZL there. But let's I mean, I do have the Pro Controller. I want to play with these before I got this. Actually arrived from Amazon last night. The Pro Controller. I always really liked the idea of separate Wii Remote and Nunchuck. You know, I mean, yeah, they're connected by a wire, but I liked like having my hands kind of separate. Like I really like that in theory. So I want to like this configuration the best. I don't know if I will. I think it comes with those little slider things to sort of give a little more grip on the sides, but we'll see how I feel about these. I want to play with these for a little while before I open up the Pro Controller. Of course, I guess there is the grip in here too somewhere, huh? Sitting on the floor is making my foot go to sleep. Alright, this is the grip. The dog, as people call it. Now that, I mean, I don't have the controllers in it, but that actually feels really good. That feels really good. It's really got this rounded sort of handle, like the PS4 controller. Again, this is smaller than I imagined. That is not bad. That's better than it looks. That is not bad. That is not bad. I'm actually kind of impressed with this grip. Of course, you know, it's kind of ironic that the main reason for the Pro Controller, I think, is that it has a proper D-pad. This feels a lot better than I thought it would. I'm actually pretty surprised. But the buttons are small, you know, it's kind of like, you know, really is kind of more handheldy. HDMI cable I don't need. I've already got my HDMI cable in place and ready to go. This is a big old power brick. Pretty long cable. Thick for a USB cable. I've got a second one coming so that when I travel, I don't have to pull out the whole system. Yeah, you know, this is the first time Nintendo's had the big box on the outlet end since the Super. Here is a rail and another rail for the Joy-Cons. Let me see how that feels. Do you just push up, or do you... Oh, I think you have to hold these buttons to sort of release them. Does it matter which goes on which Joy-Con, or are these the same? I think these are the same. go? Actually, I don't know. I don't know if that makes it more comfortable to hold in one hand or not. I feel like it doesn't. I mean, maybe if you're holding it this way. I'm not sure how I feel about this strap. Not sure how I feel about the strap. But I'll give it a try. Alright, come on. It seems to stick in there pretty good. Oh, there it goes. Alright, and then just a little paper. No big manual in here, doesn't look like. Which isn't that surprising. And this is the last piece. This is the dock. I love the matte finish to the front. The back, what's going on with the back? Oh, it's got this like trunk. That's weird. That is weird. Oh, I guess you can, like, if your cables aren't very thick, you can just run them through here and then close it up. It's kind of neat, I guess. That's weird, though. I did not expect that. That's weird. So the AC adapter goes in there. USB-C. This thing feels weirdly cheap compared to the rest of it. But it looks nice, like on the front. It looks nice. But yeah, this is kind of your main outward-facing face of the system. This is odd, though. I just wasn't expecting this to be like that. Okay, let's go and get the pieces of the boxes back together later. So, let's see. Already got my HDMI cable here. We got to go in chronological order here, see all along here, we got to go in chronological order, so I had to put the Wii U vertical. Where I got the HDMI here, actually I took it out of my PS4 Pro, and now I have an HDMI 2.0 cable in the PS4 Pro, even though I'm not ready to utilize any of that yet. So I ran a new one for the PS4 and then just dropped the one that had been in it down to where the Switch will go. Already got a spot free back here from Power Strip. Actually, yeah, this is fine. I'll go ahead and run this back here. Because I think I'm going to turn it on first without the dock. I don't know how charged up the Joy-Cons are. There we go. Alright, yeah, that's That's enough room for setting up. Whew, it's going to be a tight fit in there. But I'll deal with it. I gotta have my chronological order. I got to. Got to. Let me get the old Swiffer and swiff around in there a little bit. I don't want to subject it to dust too soon. Stupid trunk. Really though, I don't know if I'll be able to run the HDMI that cleanly into it that way. I might just have to leave it open. I don't know, that whole thing is weird. Let's see. So I have to train it this way. I just expected that they would be plugs just coming directly out of the back. Definitely a little weird, at least I think so. Yeah, I definitely thought the dock would feel more solid. It's weirdly the cheapest feeling part of the whole thing. So before I put that in there, alright, putting the Joy-Cons on the system. Uh-oh, there's a thing on the screen. There we go. There we go. Wow. You know, it's funny when you put the whole thing feels smaller than I thought it would, but when you put the Joy-Cons on the system, it's like, wow, this thing is like wide. I think it's just because it doesn't have a high profile, and so everything is just kind of wide. So, I don't know what kind of charge it might already have. Oh, when I plugged it in, when I plugged it in, it just came on. Oh, there's that sound. Oh, man. Oh, that was pretty exciting. I don't know if you all can see that, like, at all. Let me see what I can do here. Yeah, I accept that. Sure. Entering my, oops. I don't think anyone's going to be coming over here and steal my Wi-Fi, but you know, actually the left Joy-Con buttons don't feel bad for don't feel bad for just navigating like a menu like that. It might not feel good for like a platforming game. I mean, I do want to play on a larger screen, but I'll just say later for now. Why would I want to detach the Joy-Cons? I don't want to detach the Joy-Cons. Use the left stick to select next. Okay, and then hit A on the right controller. Use the console Joy-Con controllers attached or detached. Choose the control style you prefer and continue. Well, I'm going to attach them back for now. Oh, I hear the fan. Puts out more air than you might think. I don't know if y'all can hear it. The fan. Set your icon nickname. Let's see. Can I transfer my me over? Oh, there's a lot of characters though. I like the old school Mario art. Not bad options. I mean, I could see myself going for something like that. Triforce and all. I'll do that for now. Let's see what kind of background colors we got. Oh yeah, got some good shades here. Kind of like this brownish green. I'm into that stuff. We'll go with that for now. Maybe I'll do a me later. You know, this is not actually that bad. This left separated buttons Joy-Con for just like navigating this. Like, actually feels pretty good. Like, I could see, like, you know, entering like RPG menu commands or stuff with that. Like, actually feels pretty good. But maybe not for a platformer, probably. But we'll see. No. No parental controls. Setup complete. Press home. Well, here we are. System settings, screen brightness, auto brightness adjust, that sounds fine. Internet is good. Data management, users, me. Amiibo. So you register amiibos to the system directly, not individual games. That's interesting. You can sort of set the theme. Maybe they'll add some more stuff later. Yeah, I'll fiddle with the sleep mode later. I'm not really interested. TV settings, that's what we're interested in here, though, right? Resolution. Oh, it won't even let me really choose. But this has full range RGB, unlike the Wii U. Alright, well, I will. System update ready. Let's update. Console restart. Alright, well, let's let it do that, and I guess I'll fiddle around a little bit more in the system and then get to the old Zelda. What? Update complete? Really? Was that fast? Alright, well, that was fun. That's exciting. I'll finish getting this set up and start playing Zelda, so thanks for watching. Hey, we've got people joined already. Wow. Over here across the table is some of the stuff I'm borrowing from Retro RGB. This is the DVDO iScan VP30 and RetroRGB.com's OSSC. That's the prototype OSSC. The only obvious difference on it is kind of how the does this actually focus? How it's got the audio jack is a little different. So this game, this all kind of happened a lot sooner than I thought it was going to. And the thing that surprised me most is that it comes in this nice, you know, retail style box. And, you know, I have no intent of becoming a serial unboxer. But considering it came in this nice box, which is so different from what we're used to receiving, because we're used to a lot of the hardware that we look at tends to either be mods or more of a homebrew thing or something that's is sold exclusively online. And I guess for now this kind of is, but you know, it definitely has the look of something that could be sold, you know, in a retro store or even a Best Buy, even though I doubt they would actually stock something like this. So to be honest, I don't know a whole lot about it. How do you make how focus? Shouldn't that like focus or something, you know? I've only periscoped once in my life before, FYI. But yeah, I don't really know a lot about Retro USB or a lot about this system, but what I know about it, or what I think I know about, someone in here please correct me if I'm wrong, it's not emulation, it's not original hardware, and it's not a clone system. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is an FPGA that is programmed to act like an NES. To act like a real NES. And it's supposed to be, it has HDMI output, and it's supposed to be very accurate to the real thing. So that's pretty cool. This is definitely a unique contender to the retro console market. So let me, whoa, there I am. Let me, like my Club Nintendo hat sitting on top of my, what you call it, the coat rack. I'm also wearing my NES shirt with the reverse A and B. It's a classic. You see all the YouTube's people wearing this shirt, right? Right? That's what we do. Before I open this, there's a couple of other things that came in the shipping box. This is the most interesting one because it appears to be a cartridge, but I don't think it's a regular NES cartridge. So let's see what it is. I have not opened any of this. Well, it comes in a little AVS Launch Series, 12 seconds. says AVS Launch Series. So I guess they're releasing some. You know, again, I need to do a lot of research on this before we release the episode, which we're planning to do pretty quickly, because we definitely want to be on the front end of it. But it's cool. They got a little transparent NES style dust cover, and it's a pretty decently authentic looking cart. The top label doesn't quite go all the way to the bottom. Has the official seal of quality. It's a you probably can't see it because my phone's not focusing worth crap, but it has a little pixelated seal, official seal of quality. All right, so I don't know what I can expect from 12 seconds, but I'll have to try it out. And this other little bubble wrap. I'm going to save this bubble wrap because did you know the bubble wrap is very expensive? I ran out of bubble wrap a few months ago. I had to go to the store and buy bubble wrap to ship some stuff. And I was very mad about how much money I spent. I never ran out of bubble wrap before because you know you always have bubble wrap to save. But I ran out. I don't want to buy bubble wrap ever again. Oh, check this out. Super Media Bros. Oh, do I count as a media bro? This is kind of weird. This, oh, I think it's a USB, yeah, I guess, some sort of USB key type thing. That's fun. They sent this stuff out to a bunch of people. You know, I guess kind of just sent out some mass emails to people who they thought would like to cover it. So I guess just a little swag. So we're very glad we can cover this because we didn't think we would be able to for a while. So the new era of the cartridge. I guess these are some of these homebrew games they're making. 720p HDMI, NES and Famicom, NTSC and PAL, 4Score Pro. Don't know what that means. Enhanced Game Genie, Cheats Database, Scoreboard Online System. Oh boy. I'll get my top ice climber on there. No software emulators, full compatibilities with homebrews and flashcards. That was a question I had because I don't have an EverDrive to test it with. So I guess these are their launch games. It looks like they've got 7 launch games. Assimilate, be the bad guy. More Glider. It says Plain Flying Fun. A Winner Is You, amazing music. Power Coloring, yes it has dinosaurs. Quadrolords, 4-player battles. I guess it does have the 4 controller ports on it. Solaris, vertical shooter. In 12 seconds, die often. Or if it's going to be like a half-minute hero type thing. And then here were just a few more pages that were stuffed into the shipping box. It's $185 is what that says. As the lineage of the NES and Famicom. Alright. My eye caught the word FPGA somewhere on this sheet. And I already lost it. So I'll have to look over that later. And then what is this? Oh, this is about their... I guess this is about their new NES cartridges technology or something. So alright, let's actually open the thing here. Smells faintly of the sea. Okay, whatever. Ooh, the manual is very NES dimensions, I think. Sadly, it's been a while since I've looked at a NES manual because all of my current collection is used NES games because I sold my original collection, you know, back in like 96. Oh! I didn't know it had the Famicom expansion port. That's pretty cool. Does this thing work with FDS? I have no idea if this thing works with FDS. That doesn't go on the expansion port. I mean, I guess it would make sense. It's just a RAM pack that goes in the cartridge slot. Got a standard mini USB. HDMI comes with HDMI. Always appreciate when stuff comes with HDMI. I don't necessarily need it right now. This might be what the USB port is for. The power. So there it is. It's very trapezoidal. Smells like plastic. The box smelled like bad seafood, but this smells fine. So, wow, look at that power and reset button. Those look like the real thing. Pretty neat. Then, so I guess this flap opens up. Oh, so it's top loader and front loader. You do both. I guess that's kind of a nice way to appease. Oh, they are the real buttons? So these buttons are harvested from, I hope, not working NES systems. Or NES systems. Maybe they took what analog harvested the guts, and maybe they took the outsides. Oh, new old stock. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, this is a pretty cool design. Honestly, I had not looked at many pictures of it. I believe I had seen a picture that had a transparent top, maybe. But I honestly, did not know a ton about this thing. So you've got the Famicom expansion port. You just put the power in there, and seems pretty simple. Designed in California. It came from Redwood City, California. So, neato. So, Periscope probably isn't the ideal method for doing this, but I should test it, right? Let's see how putting in the cartridge feels. Do I need to go high? There we go. You kind of gotta go high a little bit. That's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. Kind of a neat way to incorporate two cartridge slots. The stream, for whoever asked, is at 9 o'clock, which is, what time is it? It's like an hour and 12 minutes from now. I'm sorry, I'm intruding on Game Dave's stream time right now, but I kind of wanted to go ahead and open this. So after I finish this up, everyone go watch Game Dave's stream and then come watch our stream. Corey's going to be playing the OSSC and Framemeister side by side, capturing the same image on both. And we are going to be joined by Matt Buxton, who is facilitating the distribution of the OSSC. So that's going to be fun. So let's go hook this sucker up. Guess I'll grab the manual just in case I need it. I'll show you all, I didn't show you all my fridge magnets in the tour video. I mean, not that Perler sprites are anything amazing or unusual, but, you know, hey, I made some of them. There's also this. A friend gave me this recently. I haven't opened it yet. Just something that was laying around, I guess. Laser auto centering joystick. Probably don't have a use for it, but it looks kind of cool. I mean, it's lasers. Fortunately, I was at my parents' house for the weekend, and I happened to bring my PS4, and there's an empty spot. All the controller wires down there are still clean up from the episode that was just released on Friday, but it was much worse. But so thankfully, my PS4 is in that bag over there. So I have a free open spot with an HDMI cable back here. So this makes things easy. Oh, that's right, Sobo. You did make some of those bead sprites. All right. Let me hook this sucker up. What do y'all think? Should I start with Super Mario Brothers, or should I start with the pack-in game? I mean, I don't know. Part of me feels like I should try their new official thing. Part of me is like, you gotta test with Mario. You gotta test with Mario. I mean, I'll test the other game, but I feel like you gotta start with Mario. Options? I have no idea what options this thing has. I know very little about this thing. Let's see. You plug the micro USB into the system. I'll plug it in over here. PS4 HDMI. I'm not gonna have any cartridge in when I first boot it up. Let me move my water bottle out of the way. Yeah. Just so happens to be an NES controller on the floor, as there usually is. Why wouldn't there be? Trying to figure out, yeah, it's level. I think the HDMI was just tugging on it a little bit. This is my universal remote, by the way, branded Universal Remote. Very, very fancy brand. Have a Framemeister section on it right there. don't really know what the best way to set this up is, really. But I'll set it here for now, but I'll try to give you all a closer look when I can. Let's power it on. Oh, there it is. Start cart. Oh, look at this. Got a little radial menu action here. Start cart. Scoreboard. How's it connect online? I guess it has Wi-Fi. Video options. Oh, that's what we're all about here. Input options. And cheat codes. Pretty simple stuff. Let's check out input options. Menu buttons. I mean, come on. NES controller. How much more... How complicated does it need to be? I wonder how well the retro receiver works in it. Video options. I think it only goes up to 720p. You can turn scan lines on. You can adjust the aspect. That's very important. Vertical border. Oh, I see. Okay, we'll play with that later. Left side, hide. Extra sprites. I don't know what that means. So relatively simple, which I like. Alright, let's go to the old NES shelf. And grab old SMB Duck Hunt. That's what you got to play. Sorry, I can't see if I'm framing this up. Okay, you kind of got to raise it up high. Hang on. Sorry. I know that's not a good angle, but whatever. Whoa! Whoa, whoa. Wow. There's some sort of corruption action happening as I'm failing to plug this card in. Pretty authentic looking. There we go. Wow! Look at this. This somehow makes me feel like this thing is really authentic. Seriously, like, that's kind of cool that something like that would happen. Let me just hit the reset button and let's see what happens. Okay, nothing right away. So let me turn it off, turn it back on. I got hit the HDMI switcher. There we go. That's interesting. Maybe you shouldn't plug a card in when it's on. I don't know. I don't know how this thing works. I mean, I guess if it's trying to be an NES in some capacity, but it's also got this menu, so it's hard to decide what to make of it. Here, can I get y'all a little closer to the TV? There we go. All right. Start cart. There it is. It's a little wide. Feels pretty responsive. Color palette is slightly different from what I'm used to, but it's like the brown on Mario looks really deep. But like the colors are really good. I really like the colors. Like I don't think this is mimicking any of the color palettes that are available for like any SRGB or anything like that. Oh, I think did the invincibility music just drop out there for a second? I think it might have. I was kind of talking, so I didn't. Oh yeah, the music just cut out there again too. I guess it's possible that could be a HDMI issue. When I get to the next level, I'm going to try some aspect ratio stuff. Well, can you do that while playing a game? Probably not. Perhaps I will consult the instruction manual. Alright. Instruction manual. Let's see here. Input options. What I want to know is can I access the menu while playing the game? Nothing offhand being specified in this manual. This is pretty neat, though. This is pretty cool. Every once in a while, I feel like there's a little hitch in the sound. I mean, it could just be this game. It could be current firmware. Could be some sort of HDMI something. So I don't think there's a way I can just... Because, like, I want to try adjusting the aspect ratio. Oh, okay, that just resets the game. So I think what's going on here is I think once it's launched out of that menu, like this just in full-on, the FPGA is in full-on NES mode. So I think you have to totally reset the system. That's what it seems like right now anyway. Oh, I hate my HDMI switcher. So let's check out. Now, see, it's sort of inconvenient having to set these kind of settings. So there's only a few steps here. There's only a few steps of aspect. Here's scan lines. I'm going to keep scan lines off for now. I want to see if... Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Mode not supported. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay. I think that saved. Maybe. This still looks pretty wide. At a glance, though, I'm not seeing any, like, bad integer scaling scrolling. Not offhand, anyway.
really what I should be testing, if I'm curious about integer scaling for the horizontal and whether it even matters, because I'd prefer not to have to use integer scaling, but sometimes you need that to have smooth scrolling, just depending on how it's done. And for that, I find that Contra is the easiest game to test, and you got to play the Japanese version, because in case you don't know, the Japanese version is so cool. So let's can we do this? Does this kind of work? Oh, let's not go vertical. No verticals. But like the pace that Contra 1 moves at, and especially that first level, is really easy to see the shimmer. Let's try that. That looks right to my eyes, like the proportions. Wow, there was an audio drop. There's every once in a while this weird audio drop. The rocky wall. Okay, as I'm scrolling, there is no scrolling issues whatsoever, which is really nice. Yeah, that scrolling. Whoa, that scrolling. If I can get to where I can sort of show it, that scrolling is smooth. No jitteriness, no nothing. The one thing I'm noticing, the color of that rock wall is really dark though. Like that darker NES brown, I think that might be the same brown that's like Mario's shirt in Mario 1. That color is looking really dark to me, but I don't see any like color palette options, but I mean, you know, it seems logical to me that color palette options could absolutely be a thing that happens in the future. You know what a really good color palette test is? Here, while I'm doing this, I gotta get a little further here, because you all need to see. I know I've shown this in videos some, but look. The tree leaves move in the Japanese version. It's so cool. And the last level, like the alien walls like pulsate and wriggle, and it's really freaking cool. In the snow level, there's actually snow. There's little cutscenes between levels and an extended ending. And basically, the Famicom version of Contra 1 is the best thing ever. I was going to test something. What was I going to test? Oh, I know I was going to test. We're going to look at Mega Man 5, because that is a pretty fun color test. First of all, let's see if it kept that aspect ratio. I liked the look of that aspect ratio at a glance. Let's see if it stayed. Oops. Video options. Looks like it did. So I learned from our good buddy, the Pixel Purist,
you look at Napalm Man's stage, and there's like 3 shades of green right at the beginning here, and it's really striking. That looks good. So you've got here, you've got like a shade of green. Might look a little blown out on my camera phone, but you've got one shade of green in the highlights of the palm trees, a darker shade in the leaves, and then this even darker shade in the background, which is that's a lot of color for NES. That's pretty cool. And down here you've got, which I think this shade of green in the grass, I think is the same as the darker shade in the trees. But the funny thing is, if you use the Play Choice 10 color palette, this green in the foreground is basically the same color as the background green. I mean, it's not exact, because if you're really looking for it, you can see that it's there, but it's so close. It's like, why they even bother having an extra color on the Play Choice? This audio drop keeps happening. Like, it just, I don't know if it's like pretty soon, only for a little while after you turn on the system. I don't know, but there is an audio drop thing happening, which is the only like really concerning thing I'm seeing right now. I'd like to do a little more comparisons of, you know, the how color palettes compare, but I'm really impressed with the scrolling like that. We would like, if anyone has either a high def NES or analog. Okay, so someone in the chat is saying they heard about audio problems with certain TVs. Maybe I can try bypassing either my switcher or my TV. See if I can narrow down the issue, or try it on some others. Oh, apparently Samsung's. Okay, well, the way I've got this now, so it goes from the system. My switcher doesn't handle, or my AV receiver does not handle HDMI audio correctly. But so it runs from the system to the switcher, and then the switcher splits out a bit, but it goes to the TV. But then the audio that I'm ultimately hearing over my sound system is the fiber optic output from my TV. There. So it's still ultimately kind of going through Samsung. So, okay, so people are telling me that Samsung TVs apparently have an audio issue, at least right now. But anyway, so if anyone has either an analog NT or high def NES, you know, we reviewed high def NES in November, was it? Last year? It wasn't ours, we borrowed it. If anyone has one with HDMI, with the analog NT uses the same HDMI as high def NES. If you have either analog NT with HDMI or that, and you have the firmware up to date, we might be interested in borrowing it, because that interpolation thing, the interpolation feature was broken at the time, and if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think the interpolation is supposed to sort of smooth out the horizontal axis a bit in such a way that it would make it so you don't have to have those integer scales to have the nice smooth scrolling that you can get, you know, on a CRT or on the Framemeister, or, you know, like this apparently, because I'm really impressed with how that aspect ratio is working right there. So that's really cool. But yeah, if you maybe if you know, if you would possibly be willing to lend us a high def NES or analog NT with HDMI with the most recent firmware, that's important. It needs to be the most recent firmware.
But if you would at all not mind us borrowing that for like maybe 2 weeks, we would love to be able to take a second look at that device so that we could feature it in this episode on the AVS, which we're trying to fast track. It should not be anywhere. It shouldn't be overwhelming at all, like the like the Framemeister alternatives was. But yeah, we would just send us a Twitter DM if that would be something you might be willing to do, and we would like really appreciate that. So before I finish up here, let's try out this 12 seconds launch series. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research into the whole. You know, they're kind of releasing some official, if you want to call it that. Okay, I try Ninja Turtles 2 for extra sprite deal. Can someone explain to me what the extra sprite deal is? What does that mean? What does extra sprite deal mean? I can try that before I finish up here real quick. It's a little bit hard to put in. You kind of like have to raise it up from the bottom, or at least that's my technique right now. Maybe I'll figure out a better technique later. Sorry, I didn't have the phone in my hand. Did anyone say anything about what we mean by extra sprites? What does that mean? Does it have something to do with like not flickering when there's too many sprites on screen or something? Reduce sprite flicker. Okay, interesting. Little fakery going on there, huh? Is that an option I have to set in here? Extra sprites off. I guess that means that the system can handle extra sprites, more sprites than normal, so I want to have that on, I guess? I never thought of Ninja Turtles in particular as a go-to game to test that, but sure. It's just, you know, how many sprites are in a horizontal row. We'll go Donatello. Hopefully maybe you can see well enough from there whether it's doing the flicker or not. I mean, I don't see any there. I don't remember if there is normally at that point. I haven't seen any flickering sprites yet. Yeah, I'm going to have to investigate that. I'm glad it's just a Samsung issue, apparently. I was actually thinking about going, there's a Goodwill-operated game store not too far away, probably like 40 minutes away, called The Grid. And it's okay. They've also got like a lot of like just kind of general tech stuff. Like they've got like a nice selection of like smaller HD TVs and like 480p TVs and stuff. And I was thinking about going and just picking up like some small ones if they were cheap enough, just to have different kinds of screens to test out. And also so I could have an easier time getting shots of plugging in stuff, because it is not easy getting a shot of plugging stuff into this TV the way I've got it mounted and everything. Yeah, I have not seen a single flickery sprite or anything like that whatsoever this whole time of playing. I wish I could think off the top of my head what would be another really good example. But yeah, neat. Neat. Can anyone think real quick of another good example for testing sprite flicker? I know I saw some flickery sprites, and wouldn't Castlevania 1 be a good one? By the way, it's signed by the composer. I kind of forget her name, I'm sorry to say, but it is signed. Like, isn't there like a ton of flickery sprites? Like, as you're entering the castle? I don't have Super Dodgeball. Like the first area in the castle with all those zombies and all the dogs and stuff, there should be a lot of flickery sprites there. Let's try that. I'm not sure if the aspect ratio setting held. I'll need to investigate that a little more. Oh yeah. Okay, I see a little bit, but I wonder if that could, in theory, like, screw with the game code, like how many sprites actually do, like how many enemies might appear, for example. Because, like, shouldn't there have been more zombies appearing at some point, just walking through the castle than that? I mean, I feel like there should have been some more, like, in the middle area. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, that's interesting seeing it happen on something that is, you know, not original hardware, but programmed to act like a modified version of it. So that's pretty neat. But I do wonder, like, I guess it could potentially depend on how the spawn behavior is coded, but I do wonder if that could potentially screw with something. Like if something is coded to spawn another when you know, it's met the max limit of sprites or something. But I'm talking like I'm trying to pretend like I know how NES games are coded, or how any game is coded for that matter, and I don't. You know, real quick, before I test that last game, let's try the retro receiver. I didn't notice until just now I put this in, but it kind of, the controller ports, I guess, kind of angle up a bit. Kind of neat. I forget if this controller is already synced up to that that receiver. I always forget how you do this. I think you hold the select button and it goes into pairing mode. I mean, I think it should sync up regardless of whether the... Oh, there we go. Yeah. It does indeed work. And the turbo works. Okay, I saw some jitteriness on the windows, but I think it's just the pace that he goes up the stairs. And it might have something to do with my TV's refresh, but I don't think I'm getting any weird scrolling, but I still need to do a lot more thorough testing. When I first got my RGB modded AV Famicom back, I had this really weird issue where, actually, this is something that never quite got resolved, and I think it might have had something more to do with my cartridge adapter. But this game, I had a weird issue where when I went into a room, it seemed like a 70% chance of the color that was loaded into the background just being wrong. So I guess it's good to see that this is functioning correctly in terms of color. Castlemania, the most useless invincibility locations in all of gaming, I think. I mean, a lot of games have a bad habit of having useless locations for there, and I don't know why I tried to go up there. A lot of games have a bad habit of putting invincibility where you really can't use it. Oh, my power is low, so I cannot do this for much longer. Let's pop in this. If I suddenly disappear, it's because my battery died. Let's pop in this pack-in game and see what happens. Where did I put it? They said in the email they were going to. I'm going to put the regular controller back in just for ease of use. They said they were going to include one of the pack-in games, or the launch window games, by which I thought they meant they were going to send like a black label NES game with it, just in case one of the reviewers they sent it to did not have an NES game, which in which case, why would you be trying to review an NES machine if you didn't have any NES games? So let's see what this is. Oh, it's got their logo on it, retro USB. I guess I could play this on my real NES. Alright. Stage 1, 2, 3. Oh, the stages go beyond 12. Okay, I'm a thing. I made it. Wow, you got through one. Whoa. I just dropped a heart by pressing the B button. Whoa. Okay, so I have like certain things I can drop. I dropped I dropped a heart. I dropped a suitcase. I can push this skull around. So this sort of makes me think of like this is sort of like a Meat Boy style game. Oh, I think am I like killing like my guys and like turning them into platforms or something weird? So fast. Oh, is that a miscolored Dr. Wily up there? What? Oh, I jumped on the fire. Fire bad. Yeah, every time you're like killing your guys, I think, every time you press the button. Oh, what happened? Uh-oh. Oh, alright, well, I'm hitting start and it's cycling through a bunch of windows. Weird. Alright, well, I probably don't have much battery life left, but, seems like a playable enough game. So yeah, stay tuned. If you need something to do in the meantime, go to Game Dave's stream, which will last for about another 30 minutes. And then come to our stream with the OSSC, and we'll have Matt Buxton from Video Game Perfection on.
And look for the review. We don't like to call our videos reviews, but look for it'll be an RGB 300 series video, just like we did the high def NES on the AVS. So that'll be fun, and I hope it'll be fun. And like I said earlier, if anyone has either a HDMI analog NT or a high def NES with the latest firmware, because I could just use my old footage if that was all I needed, but the latest firmware I think is supposed to do something, make that interpolation actually do something useful. So we would love to test one again as part of this video. So send us a Twitter DM if that's something you'd be willing to let us have our hands on for a week or two. And yeah, so thanks for watching Periscope. Hey, see, some people are joining already. So I am in the middle of working on the Game Boy episode, as is evident here. I've got all my Game Boy games sitting in a box conveniently so I can work on it. I've got Game Boy Advance over here. But what I wanted to show you, I ordered this several weeks ago, and I wasn't all that sure if it was going to make it here in time to be included in the episode. It really doesn't have anything to do with video quality, but I think it's interesting enough in the way that it affects hardware to at least include a mention of it. But I didn't even know this existed until a few months ago, which surprises me that I never knew. This is a official Super Famicom licensed by Nintendo. Super Game Boy controller by Coury, who made the definitive Coury pad for the GameCube, which is in some ways my favorite controller ever made. I mean, it's amazing. But here it is, and it's kind of crazy because this thing can do something that you can't do any other way, and this is Japanese exclusive. It's cool. It's got, you know, the little shape. It's got a fake speaker there, sorta. This is supposed to. Well, it's not supposed to. It works, and I'll show you it works. It actually can manipulate, like, it's got a speed button, which is something that you can't do any other way. You can't do it with a regular Super Nintendo controller on the Super Game Boy. This actually has 2 slow motion speeds, and what's blowing my mind about this right now is when it plays in slow motion, I knew this. It changes the clock speed of the system itself. You're like manipulating it in real time, which is kind of nuts. But what's surprising me even more is the way the music sounds. It doesn't change the pitch. It just plays the song really slowly, and you got to hear it. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. I'll turn my sound up a bit. All right, do you hear that? Can you hear it? Mario Land, as you would expect. But then check this out. How cool is that? But then there's another slightly faster slow speed. Does the pitch really change? I actually really struggle with pitch. I have like the opposite of perfect pitch. Maybe the pitch does change. But it doesn't sound weird like I thought it would sound. Like it sounds like normal-ish to me. It's just slower. Yeah, I have very poor pitch ability. You can send me 5 notes that are exactly the same, and I'll try to convince myself that they're actually different. And of course, the game itself is slower. And then I press it one more time and it's normal. That is a one-chip 02 Super Nintendo through the Framemeister, FYI. The PVM probably won't show up very well, but... that's cool, right? Crazy. Sounds awesome. Well, anyway, I guess that's it. Hope you all have had a chance to see the new episode, the NES Classic episode. And hopefully this episode you'll be able to view it in hopefully less than 2 weeks. I wanted to finish it before Thanksgiving, but unfortunately that didn't quite pan out. But anyway, hello. I see there's a few people in here already. I'm in my dining room, which is mostly occupied by a television box and the bigger box that the television box was in behind it. I finally got my 4K TV on Wednesday, so excited about that. It's been pretty cool so far. I feel like I've learned a lot about color spaces and stuff. Setting that up. It's a LG C7. It's their cheapest 2017 OLED. Because some people sort of freak out about the potential burn-in that is apparently extraordinarily unlikely. You almost have to try on OLED from what it sounds like to get permanent burn-in. I was sort of faltering for a while there, but it is... I'm glad I went with it, because those black levels, man, they make it feel like a real next-generation TV leap. So it's cool so far, and everything I've thrown at with the OSSC works so far, which is kind of a game changer, I think. I'm probably definitely going to mostly switch to playing retro stuff with the OSSC instead of the Framemeister. But anyway, I've been meaning to do this for a few months. Can I zoom in? Whoa, maybe not that much. I've been meaning to do this for a while, but I've had this blinking light win for a little bit, and Voltar did this high-def NES for me a few months back, and the good old stock pin connector hasn't been doing so well lately. So I just, I thought it would be a good thing to sort of make this my modded front loader, and just put these different mods in it. It's good to have some stock systems and some mod systems for the show, I feel like. I was going to kind of leave this high-def NES upstairs, but now I'm kind of thinking, if I run another HDMI cable, I might be able to find room for it here. Oh, someone in the chat is saying that Jason Game Tech is installing a high-def kit on, what'd you say, was it Twitch or YouTube right now? That's pretty cool. You can actually see the board. You might be able to see in the video a little bit, a little orangish, brownish under here. Okay, Jason is streaming on YouTube. Cool. Yeah, this is the board right here. There's a video on YouTube showing. I think it's from our from ArcadeWorks. I think there's the video that they make on YouTube. It shows it being installed in like 5.5 minutes. It does seem very simple. I've got this story that I tell that always bewilders people. But, oh gosh, it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 15 years ago. I bought one of those, generic replacement pin connectors that people back then were recommending. I've heard that they aren't really recommended anymore, just that some of those generic pin connectors, because they're, I guess they're kind of, some of them are not well made. In fact, I would say most of them, it sounds like, are not anywhere as well made as the original pin connector. But I thought, oh, that's a good and wise thing to do, and install one of those. And I bought them. Of course, they were very cheap. And I somehow bent the pins. These screws. I somehow bent one of the connector pins, or it's part of the pins that go between like where the cartridge connects and then where it connects to the NES motherboard. And it somehow bent and I couldn't get it straightened out, so I was like, it's not like the stock connector was really causing me issues anyway, so why am I doing this again? Okay, I don't know why the screws aren't coming out, because I guess there's only, whoop, there we go. I think that's all of them. I think there's just 6 case screws. There it is. Good old NES. This system, I'm keeping my cousin's NES. My cousin actually had a few NESs. But I've got one of her old NESs, and that one I'm keeping stock, I guess, kind of for nostalgia reasons. It might have been the first NES I played on. I'm not sure. One of their family's NESs was the first that I played on, and so I thought, well, that one I'll keep stock. That one's very minimally nicer anyway. They look about the same, but this one has, I don't know if you can see, it's got a little tiny red mark on the top. I've never been able to get out. That's the only reason I say this one is slightly less nice. The other one, I mean, has practically never given me issues with reading cartridges. This one has been mostly good over the years, but occasionally problematic. And recently, a little more problematic. So I thought, well, if I'm going to use this, let's actually put that blinking light in. Is that everything? There we go. Man, the tray looks pretty clean, really. Wouldn't know it was so old. All right. These screws, or some of these screws, are a little different length. I don't know if that matters. I think you only put 4 of these screws back in for the blinking light. A phone call came in. Can you all hear me again? I think it might have muted it while that was ringing. I just canceled it for now. Okay. I believe we just slide this off. Sort of stopped by these connectors a little bit. There we go. Oh, I guess the board kind of has a little play. All right. I mean, really, this thing looks pretty good, and Voltar tells me that there's a good way to, I don't know, you boil it in something that makes it work like new. Apparently, those original pin connectors are super, super good. So, I mean, I'm not throwing that away or nothing. All right, let's see here. Power cycle the system to change regions. It's mostly for non-NTSC users. Is the initial. Each time you power cycle, the lockout chip will auto text reach your system. Will remember the same. Huh. That's weird. I wouldn't have expected that to be part of this. I didn't know this has some sort of region something or other. It's not something I had particularly read up on. Ooh, here's a little sticker. Maybe I'll put it on my PVM. I like putting stickers on my PVM. Okay. Maybe that little chip there has something to do with the region, something? I don't know. I don't know. This is PCB Revision 2, which I think is supposed to be better than the first. I think some, maybe, of the first ones weren't the best fit. I'm not real clear on that. Let's just try to get that on real careful. Okay. That felt pretty good. That felt pretty good. Feels so weird that there's no spring mechanism on this. Let's see. Does this way go back? I don't know which way goes back. That, or is it this? Oh, I see. This goes on each side of the PCB. It's actually a pretty snug fit. It's a little tricky. A little tricky. There we go. Down she goes. I guess. Wait a second. It's upside down. Whoops. I was looking, I mean, the logo is here, so I was thinking that was right side up. Whoops. Oh, guess what? That goes on without any trouble. Ah. Alright. Alright, let's put these back on. Put these back on. Okay. That should be it. Just put it back together as before. We'll tighten these a little more. In a minute. So anyone here have much personal experience with the blinking light? Good opinions, bad opinions? I mean, you know, one reason I have to keep one of my front loaders stock is because I have to be able to take shots of using, you know, doing the little action. You know, what kind of videographer of retro consoles would I be if I did not have access to a downward push NES mechanism? But except when I'm not shooting shots, it'll be convenient to use this in this high def system. My HDMI switcher situation is a little bleak though. Alright. Does that screw all the way down? I feel like this one could go more. That screw is not in the best shape either, actually. I think that should be fine. All right. Get this situated again. I didn't have all of the RF shield screws, so hopefully I make the right choice about which ones to put back in. I guess I can put some of the unused tray screws in if I want. It's a mod even I can do. Maybe that's not a screw hole at all, or at least it doesn't seem to fit that one. Come on. Well, forget that hole. Let's see. Okay, that'll do. I think that'll do. That'll do. All right. I was using the high def NES because in theory it's supposed to have no lag. I haven't done the measurements yet, but I was testing a friend's 4K Vizio, which is supposed to have extremely little input lag. And so I took some shots using this with the light up LEDs on the NES Advantage. I'm going to do the same with my new TV as well. We won't do the measurements on that, and I think that'll be cool to see. But they're supposed to be both like extremely little lag. Like, I mean, we're talking like a frame or not much more total. Maybe less. I forget exactly. I can never remember off the top of my head how many milliseconds one frame is. Is it like 16 or something? I can never remember. I think just saying one frame of lag or something like that is more helpful than milliseconds, but that's just me. Because we all know that by one frame we mean, generally speaking, we mean out of 60 frames in a second. Just feel like they're all pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Don't feel like anything is funky at the seams. I'm gonna grab a cartridge and let's see how it slides on in there. That felt good going in. Feels good going out. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't grip too hard. You know, the AVS kind of gripped a little hard. But that feels about right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, I think I could actually hook this up and try it out without taking a lot of time. No, I'm not putting the sticker on. I might put this sticker on my PVM maybe. This one, I don't think I got much use for. I don't want to put no stickers on my system. Here is, let me turn the camera around. You double tap to flip it, right? Come on. There we go. Here it's a work in progress, but here is the new triple monitor. Wow, even more if you count those. But yeah, this is getting a little bit ridiculous. But that one. This one, the one in the middle, the one on at the edge of the room, but the middle monitor, that is the new LG OLED. And it's got this interesting remote that is like, it's kind of like not that great looking of a remote, I don't think. The shape is like kind of awkward. It's like, because there's like a lot more weight toward the back. But it's pretty neat. It's like a Wii remote. It actually kind of works a little bit better than a Wii remote. Let's see. See? And so like the interface is like this. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty cool. I mean, I'm all about pointer controls. So anyway, I'm thinking, you know, like I said, I was not necessarily thinking about keeping it down here permanently, but I need to get another HDMI cable because I got this one plugged into the NT Mini right now. But you know, let's see. This has like rubber feet on the bottom, right? I don't think it would scratch anything up. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I do this. These vents on the top of the NES, I don't know. Do they serve any functional purpose? Is that okay? Yeah, I might work all right. I'll at least put it there just to test. All right, now where is that HDMI plug? Come on. You can find it. There it is. Now we can plug it in. Come on. You can do it. I believe. Which way does it go? Okay, flat is up. Ah, did it fall back there? Come on. There we go. And I think I've actually got an extra NES power supply just over here. I'm not going to run it properly just yet. I'm just going to plug it in like this just to test it. Let's see. Let's get out a real NES controller. Or actually, no, let's use one of the wireless ones. I don't know which one is synced. Alright, they're connected to it. Alright, let's see. Which let me think. Which actually I think that HDMI cable might be unplugged. Let's try this. I think it's this. And my switcher over here. And I think it should be this input. Boom. There it is. Whew. It's looking good. That's looking real good. Wow, yeah. I'm actually a little mystified by how good that looks. Let me check what my settings are. Because I feel like the aspect ratio looks more correct than I would have expected, honestly. Horizontal stretch, 5x. But then it's, let's see, 1080p height is 4x. 4x and 5x. See, that looks, man, I feel like that should look wider than that. For some reason, it just looks right to me right now, though. Like, it's a little wide, but... looks real good. But here's an interesting feature, actually. If you wanted, and I tested this with Game Boy Advance on the GameCube, check this out. So there is a, I'll get down here and pause. There is a zoom. You can do vertical zoom, all direction zoom. Let's check the vertical zoom. Can I make it more. See, yeah, see. So I can essentially adjust the aspect ratio that way. Or I can adjust it this way. So that's fairly square looking right there. But I mean, the pixels are so, I don't know if it's doing a smooth scale horizontally or not, but the pixels on the TV are so tiny that, I mean, you never know anyway. So I mean, that is a super fun feature, I think. Really going to be useful for Game Boy and stuff. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I guess I'm just like playing the game now. Alright, well, I guess that'll do for now. Thanks for watching. See y'all later.